hope yesterday's meeting, which was very long and I hope that you have rested, and I hope you have had the chance to see some cultural events. I would like to also mention uh, that I want to say thank you to the mayor of Avannaata Kumonia, also Sangmangmyut, for this opportunity for a trip to Sangmangmyut. And it was very good to see the environment and nature, and we saw one whale. I hope other delegates will have the opportunity to get the chance to go to Sangmangmyut. It's a very good trip. And the closed meeting was held yesterday by the end of the day, and it has been a good discussion. And today will be open meeting all day. And before I get back to what we have discussed yesterday, and I would like to welcome Samit, the, and I would like to say that I'm happy to welcome Aslat Holmberg and his co-workers, and some of them have also participated in 1973, and they're here now. And yesterday's meeting was a closed meeting, and today we will have a workshop on indigenous languages, and Igor and uh, from Chukotka, they are participating online, and I hope that they they will have a good opportunity to participate in the discussion in the workshop. And very soon, the meeting today will begin. And I would like to mention yesterday's discussion about youth. Yesterday is that Emerging Leaders Summit participant Joshua. I would like him to wave here, yeah. And we are happy that he delivered recommendations yesterday, and they will be in the uh, in the we will write it down. And Emerging Leading Summit recommendations and regulations, and we have to make some suggestions to we have some things to prepare. And in our organization, we have the opportunity, we have only quorum if it is all of us participating. But we will prepare the work from this meeting, and I would like to make it clear that we will be handling it in a general assembly next time. And 2 minutes. Peter Adami, welcome. About youth, that you have 2 minutes.
Wanted to show people what we've done on our side at Makipvik. 2 years ago, we gave the right for the youth to be able to vote at our General Assembly and at our Board of Directors meeting. We had been talking about this for 46 years before it actually happened at Makipvik. So with today's youth being majority, we have to come up with a system where the youth have the right to be part of this delegation, to be able to talk, to be able to vote and voice their concerns. It's so doable. We don't need to wait until 2026 to come up with something. In the meantime, I would suggest that the 4 countries that meet as Executive Council discuss this and come up with a scenario where the youth could be involved fully instead of being on the side, because in the past we did have youth that were really part of the process, but I feel that they've been left out, as George spoke about it yesterday. George Berthy talked about it. And in closing, I just want to give the support to Sarah that one country, one state take over the presidency. It's like we leave them to themselves. We have to be part of this, that we have to meet regularly and support. So when I asked the question yesterday about have you discussed this and about how can you make ICC better? So that's why I asked that question, what have you discussed as executives? I know it's only been a year, Sarah, that you got elected, but I'm ready to support the process to make sure that ICC International, the presidency, gets the full support of everyone so that they'll have smooth transition. Because when you spoke in your opening comments, you talked about environment being one of our biggest priority, which it is. Without the environment, with what's happening in this world, we see the crazy world we're living in. In my community, we've been very afraid of forest fires. We've had so many forest fires in my area. We've had smoke all the time now in my community. So I'm just throwing that as an example that the world has changed. We know it. And I see that I've always supported the women. We've had more ICC president women than I think we have men. So I'm very happy for that. So we're supporting you, Sarah. Thank you.
Peter, I am touched thank you very much for your words. Yes, we have a big work to do. Just like yesterday, we were agreeing that we cannot wait for new suggestions towards 2026 when it comes to include the youth. So that's why I like to promise you that we'll start up right now. And after we have this speech shortly, we have candles today because of some troubles with the fat. But now Hjalmar Dahl will have a speech. He is president for ICC Greenland, and we know all that it's about International Decade on Indigenous Languages. I will also welcome you, of course. I hope you had a nice evening yesterday if you went to the events. Today is the last day, and until midday we will debate the decade and also languages, indigenous peoples' languages. First, why why we had this workshop to discuss how ICC can support Inuit language use. And Aluki, co-chair, she has a speech to deliver. She is the president of Inuit Circumpolar Incorporated, and she will be together with the Siksik Melody Lavali from Global Task Force, and she is member of ICC also. Welcome, everybody. Before you come up, I can say that we have Nuka Møller, who is interpreting. His brother passed away last night, so he will not be here today. And we would like to send our greetings and our, what do you call it, condors, and have condolations to Nuka Møller and his family. But now, Aluki.
I'm starting to get sick and I'm losing my voice, so if I cough, I might be grabbing a drink of water. I'm going to speak in Qablunatitut for this presentation, and when I pass the mic on to President Kutek, she will be presenting in Inuktitut. And I apologize ahead of time to the translators as I will divert slightly from the script we've provided as I am introducing myself, but I promise I won't do it too much, and I will speak slowly. As is customary in our culture, I'm going to position myself so that you know who I am and where I come from. My name is Siksik Melody Lavali. I'm the Inuktitut Policy Advisor for Nunavut Dungavik Incorporated. I come from Kangeklinek Nunavut, where I was born and raised partly in the community and partly in Iqaluqaqtut at my parents' cabin. I lost my language when I was a child when I started school, where classes were taught only in Qablunatitut. It's been something I was ashamed of for many, many decades. One year I was confiding my feelings of feeling alone in my shame about losing my language with another Inuk, and she asked me, "But why do you feel alone? I don't mean to be harsh about this, but this isn't only your experience. You're not the only Inuk in this world who is feeling these feelings, but we don't own it. It's not only your story." After this, I actively began speaking in Inuktitut with my cousins and later on with my panik, my daughter. Even though the mistakes in speaking are apparent, if I don't try speaking it with my daughter, the Inuktitut in my family dies with me. I am one of the 3 Arctic representatives on the Global Task Force for the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, along with 2 other members from Sapmi. I was appointed by ICC this past spring, and I was surprised and intimidated to take on such a role because of my level of Inuktitut. But I took the advice of my Inukatit and decided to no longer accept the shame and instead do the work I need to do in order to help secure the strength of our language. My work on the Global Task Force is making sure that Inuit are represented and that the priorities Inuit identify on language are brought to the UN Global Task Force members. While we are here, I would like to welcome and encourage any of you to reach out to myself or to Aluki Kutek, the president of Nunavut Dungavik Incorporated, so that we can ensure that we are aware of your concerns. We will make sure that we keep you involved on outcomes and meetings on the Global Task Force because it's important for us to keep you updated. For today's workshop about Indigenous languages, we will look at some of the previous resolutions that ICC has passed over the decades that relate to language, so that we can understand how Inuit leaders in the past viewed our language. At the very first General Assembly in 1977 in Barrow, Alaska, the priority was to establish an Inuit interim committee and to consider creating an Inuit Nunani Ilingniaqtuliqiit, the International Committee for Inuit Education, Culture, and Language, as a part of the permanent Inuit organization. At the Second General Assembly in Nuuk in 1980, the ICC focused on establishing the International Committee of Language, Culture, and Education. Then at the 13th General Assembly in 2018, the ICC is encouraged to share best practices to enhance Inuit language and our writing systems. The 14th General Assembly in 2022 is the most comprehensive declaration addressing language and the ambitions to do more work on reclaiming and revitalizing our language. It reads, celebrating our rich oral history and the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, we recognize our language, among other cultural characteristics, as foundational to Inuit culture, knowledge, and identity, and our culture cannot be separated from who we are as a people. Our language is powerful. It is and continues to be a mitigating force to every issue that impacts us, from mental health to climate change to hunting and food security to sustainable development. Reaffirming Inuit knowledge is embedded in our language, culture, values, customs, families, and our intimate relationship to the environment. We continue to develop and use our distinct knowledge, confirming that ICC is a safe and inclusive space where Inuit of all ages, gender, sexual orientation, and degree of cultural knowledge and language are welcome. There are quite a few more points in the 2022 declaration that are particular to Inuit language. We can remember that the decade of Indigenous languages exists because Indigenous people exist. What we as Inuit want to see achieved within the next 10 years is up to us to decide and bring forward to the Global Task Force so that they hear our voice. From here, I will pass on the mic to President of Nunavut Dungavik Alukikutek.
Paning mailanga sila to. Oops. Tusangite. Ni ikpigo suktong inuk titoro nangiman. Uvan ni pasit.
Sorry. I did not teach her Inuktitut. I only listened to her desires, although it was very painful for me. She was also expressing her pain to me. She's talking about her daughter. As she spoke to me, I called my brother. I am from Ilulissat. I called him in Ilulissat. As soon as he answered the phone, I started to cry. And I told him what a terrible mother I am. My dear daughter is not able to speak Inuktitut because of me. I am the reason, because I never taught her. I was emotional, I was crying, I was not happy with my life in this world. Once I calmed down, my brother asked me, did you try to live your best possible life? And I wanted to ask him, where were you when your daughter was small? Why were you living in the Halunat land? What was your reason for being at university when your daughter was young? Because you wanted to improve their lives, the lives of your children, of your fellow Inuit. These are the reasons why you spent many years at university. You did not do any bad thing. This I can understand mentally. However, I still feel pain in my heart for it. I'm also aware that my fellow Inuit, we all carry our own pain. Our sources of pain may vary, but our families, our fathers, our mothers were sent away to school, and they were forced to stop using their language. I have witnessed very recently our relatives in our lives, actually. We can lose our language very quickly, even if we are not doing this on purpose. Some deliberately have forced us to stop using our language. Although that is the case, there are still many of us Inuit who have our language, who can speak our language. I'm aware that these last 10 years, the decade of indigenous languages, that this is not limited just to language. It is also relevant to healing, to raising ourselves back up. There are too many Inuit who have no longer used Inuktitut because they feel they are no longer Inuk enough. This is very painful in the heart, to the heart. In the year 2019, it was the International Year of Indigenous Languages. This took place, however, in the global indigenous communities expressed that 1 year is too short. Inuit were involved in the drive to have a longer period of recognition. Therefore, 2022 to 2032 has become the decade of indigenous languages. Inuit have always have continued to be involved. It was clarified then that the Inuit are involved in the global committee. And as Siksik explained, the committee has been created. The members have been identified. At its creation, although I was appointed, once they created a plan, they held different meetings with groups from the globe. Because we are from the Arctic, there were people from the Arctic involved as well. We had Americans at the committee as well, at this meeting, at this committee. There is Inuit membership at this committee. It made it possible for Inuit to be informed. This was very positive. I want to clarify that any global event or effort has to include Inuit. If not, we are not considered. Yes, Inuit have to be included in to be able to use the Global Action Plan. The national action plans, I would like you to know that consideration for involving the youth has been identified as priority. There are 10 goals that have been identified, for example, education, health, justice. These are considered as important files by Inuit because they affect their daily lives and have been identified as such. In 2022, in 2020, you must recall we had the pandemic, and in 2022, we were able to meet virtually with the people from Chukotka, Canada, Alaska, and Greenland when we opened the Decade of Indigenous Languages. This took place. It began on February 21, 2022. We chose that date because we know that February 21 is recognized as the Day of First Languages. I was also very happy to see Inuit inclusion because of the work being done by UNESCO. In December in 2022, Inuit went to Paris. In fact, there was an Inukulit Dahulik there, and this was witnessed by the world. This was a proud moment to see Inuit included in such a global event. The Decade of Indigenous Languages that was adopted recognizes or clarified that the nations will provide the funds for such recognition of the indigenous languages. For example, whether it be the nation of Canada or the nation of Brazil, they are all encouraged to provide such funds. Here in Canada, we express unity. We are a unified group. And Eben Hobson had stated that although we come from different places, we are one. Therefore, we have considered that as Inuit, perhaps it is best to consider, do we want to create one plan regarding our language? We know that our language, Inuktitut, has different dialects according to the regions. There are some, there is more usage in some places, less in others, and no usage in some places. And so we must consider as Inuit, how will we have our language supported? Do we value it? Who does it impact? These are the points I encourage you to consider and to comment on. We just want to hear your comments. We just want to hear from you. It is not possible for solutions to come from one person. It is possible to create great solutions with everyone involved, and we will direct ourselves in the way Inuit want to go by working this way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aluke. And of course, Sisse, thank you too. Now we can open the debate after the introductions here. And of course, you have to raise your hand if you have something to say. Floor is open.
Questions for the workshop could be put up on the screen. I will also read them. These questions were sent around to the delegates ahead of time for consideration for this workshop. Delegates are encouraged to discuss these following key areas prior to meeting in Ilulissat, is what it said. What is our big, audacious language vision? What flagship language project do we envision at the end of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, 2022 to 2023? How are we going to monitor and evaluate what we prioritize? How can ICC further support Inuit language efforts of children and youth? What projects and initiatives outside of ICC are already supporting Inuit language revitalization and promotion? Are there activities that ICC can or should support? Are there common Inuit language issues that go beyond the nation-state borders? What mechanisms are required to further support Inuit language revitalization? And how can we ensure that efforts at the community level are aware of and contributing directly to ICC's efforts in the IDIL? So we open it up to the delegates. Abiyaya?
Aruki okasin kuenaussua as attortin.
Aviaya, thank you, Aluki. I am touched in my heart because what you told us, we all know about that, and many Inuits has a lot of feelings similar to what you have been feeling. I have a lot of thoughts, and I like to tell you that I will not be silent because this is so important. We have to value our language, but we know that there's a lot of work to do when it comes to the attention to our indigenous languages, because we also know that in the political areas, languages are very important, looked at as an important thing, but if it comes to daily life, we know that the challenges are something else. I am thankful that I can speak my own language, and I am thankful that a lot of Greenlanders are speaking their mother tongue, but we also have pain for those who were not able to speak their own mother tongue or were taught to speak in Inuit languages. And we know that we in Greenland here can teach in Greenlandic from very first grade until they have to leave the public school. So we can do it. We can actually succeed with teaching in Greenlandic. Sometimes we always also can say, I only speak Greenlandic. Why do you think that only Greenlandic is just like not good enough, or what? How? How come these people who are not speaking Danish or other languages, how come they cannot take an education? How come they cannot get employed and get jobs? Why come they are not the first to get to get help from the public? Why come they are so isolated? Because we know that if you speak your own language and your home tongue, they have a lot of abilities, they have a lot of skills, they have a lot of things they can support to the society. But seen with public eyes, it's just like they don't have the same value as others because they only speak Greenlandic. how come we have this frustration about these things? Who can the languages and who cannot? Is it because that we have been colonized from others that we think that our own original way of being is not good enough? We know that we have a lot of young people and adult people uh, who feel that they are not winning because they don't speak Danish, but they are very fluent in their own home tongue, their mother tongue. So you from other parts of Inuit countries in different regions, remember every day that it is very, very important to start up and to support whatever and whoever wants to strengthen his own or her own mother tongue. Also, not only in the private life, but also in public life. Because there are a lot of small projects all over going on, but we don't know what they end up with, and we don't know the results of these small projects that makes a lot of researches, and so we need to see the results of that kind of projects. I'm nearly finished, but I think it was so important for me to say these things. I have a daughter. My daughter, she is 21 years old. She is in Geneva right now, and she will have a speech tomorrow. Maybe I will do a bacha. But I've been helping her, and I know that she only succeeded because she learned other languages beside her mother tongue. And she said that she had to decide that her mother tongue was not enough. She had to learn other languages also. So that's what the youth are thinking. They are thinking their own mother tongue is not enough. If I'm going to do anything for my country here, I need to learn other languages so the surrounding world can see me and value me. How come the situation is like that? Because it has a price about these lack of language teaching and others who cannot other languages. We have a lot of fellow Inuit fellows who don't know about their languages and other languages, and those who are not speaking Inuktitut or Greenlandic, they are being isolated and punished because they don't speak Greenlandic, though they are Greenlanders. What 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 do we need to do here to solve these problems? Because that's not good. Thank you.
Koyanak Abiyaya.
Thank you, Aviaya.
And so ICC Chakaka, I give you the floor.
Туятамсиг хамахлюсиг, хамахлюсиг. Здравствуйте всем.
Hi, everybody. We're extremely happy to see you all here on the screen. And I would like to say a few words about the native tongues, the subject of today's workshop. Igor and myself have listened to your introductions and your interventions with great interest. This touches our heart deeply because this subject is also very important to us. One of the tasks and goals for ICC Chukotka is preservation of our languages, preservation of our mother tongue. Of course, we do have problems, but I think that these problems are rather of systemic nature. They stem from a logical consequence of the processes that occur in our society. And as I understand, these processes are attributable to all countries, not only to us. It is my opinion that in order for us to be able to resolve these problems, we need to act and come up with some tangible activities. In Chukotkan Autonomous Region, we undertake all kinds of activities here to mitigate and solve these problems. The same as all over the world, we also conduct various events within the framework of the Decade of the Indigenous Languages and Indigenous Nations. In particular, we have a festival of native tongue. In Chukotka, we have jointly and adjacently living nations such as Chukotkans, Evenkis, Yukagirs, and the fact that native tongues are disappearing and the majority of youth stops speaking their native languages, this of course causes huge pain for us. And as I already mentioned, every year there are festivals and celebrations of our native tongues. And every year, one of the public organizations is responsible for conducting or hosting these events. For example, this year, one of our organizations has been responsible for it. This is an organization that unites all Chukchis together. Also, events have been conducting this. Next year, in 2024, ICC is going to be responsible for these events. So we propose, as one of the events within the framework of this festival, that the plan would include, for example, let's just think of it, hosting of a joint competition among the teachers of native languages, so that both the teachers in Chukotka as well as the teachers from Canada, Alaska, Greenland, so that we would all participate in this workshop, so that we would find, for example, the laureates or the winners who know how to teach creative people. Also, if we could include here the teaching of native tongues within the family and find out who is capable to do it, who is the best in doing that. Also, if we could come up with a petition, for example, so that the best participants will be able to come here in Chukotka, for example, 3 or 4 people, in order to partake of our internal Chukotkan events here, to share their experience to demonstrate their skills to get enriched professionally, perhaps. In my personal opinion, this would be quite interesting. Also, the details and specific timeframes could be discussed already. We could take these discussions perhaps among ourselves later on, but looking at the materials that you've sent us, this would greatly help us to achieve such goals as cultural exchange, cooperation between Inuits, and also helping in knowledge exchange and support of material culture and cultural practices. This would greatly help implementation of the declaration goals that we've adopted in 2022. Thank you very much. But I also would like to give the floor to Igor Vereshchagin, who will also say a few words about the native languages. How are they preserved and what do we do about that? Hi, everybody. The Chukotkans of Russia also are looking for various ways to preserve the language of Yupik. Not so long ago, we've created a news channel, and we called it Radio Yupik, where we publish the news, Chukotka news in Yupik language. Perhaps this would be found to be interesting for some of you. Maybe some of you will want to share some of your news information, and maybe will want to join us. Maybe some news from other Arctic countries, so we can perhaps share our joint news together. Thank you.
Levi?
Kuyanamik, Levi Panapasi, Tikatani Karijakati, Ayakanga to Tublinga. I took Samayan Nikisian in the cow Naktunga, Tamarutakusimayan.
I was also part of the education system. We began the work in 1985. We were developing curriculum from kindergarten to grade 6. We were able to complete this task. However, in the development of the curricula, the work, we did have the territory of Nunavut created, or we had the grade 7 to grade 12 program of the territory. However, because of funding, these were cut. The education committees and the health committees were cut. And so these are our most problematic areas: language and health issues. These are now the responsibility of the government. These are now the responsibility of Nunavut government. This is what I have witnessed with committees dedicated. We had elders involved, we had youth involved, we had the age group in between as well, and we had assistance from education consultants. We did also see, and although our work was limited to Canada or Nunavut, but we were also looking to other communities, global communities, Inuit communities, to compare our work to theirs in terms of language. And it was then that we truly understood that some are truly grieving the loss of their language. And this is comprehensible. And yes, we were also opposed greatly by our peers. Some do not want to teach Inuktitut. Some don't want their children taught in Inuktitut. They have a vision of a greater opportunity if their children are taught only in a second language. And so for these reasons, we need to have these committees created. And this is what we said, or this is what we did. We created the curriculum. We visited the schools to monitor the delivery of these programs. And we would have consultative meetings to ensure that it was being properly used. There was a committee involving 13 hamlets. We also had elder participation on these committees. There was great strength in this work. And in terms of our health sector, our divisional health board, they also did have great power or ability. They built hospitals, and we at the education sector also had more manipulative power. I was the general director at the time. I was also representing the youth. We did recruit for teachers from all over Canada. And the teachers would be properly interviewed. We would also have someone knowledgeable in the education sector involved in our recruitment. Because we ourselves are not teachers and could not determine whether some aspects of the interview process, we needed to have professional involvement to guide us in selecting the teachers we were looking for. But although we were conducting the interviews, I'm aware that former teachers from who have moved to Nunavut, who have spent all of their lives in Nunavut. Some teachers have passed away in Nunavut. Many teachers don't return. Many teachers did not return to their original lands. This is something to be proud of as well. With these realities, each place has to have their own board or committee regarding language, specific to language, and delegated by regions. The health sector used to come and consult with us about advice for how to conduct their work regarding the organizations they were responsible for. They would ask us, how do we even refer? What terms do we use for these points? For example, I'll use an example regarding wildlife. When we catch a seal, when we harvest a seal and butcher it, we had to ask the terminology experts about the terms used for the specific parts of the seal. In the similar manner, we had to do curriculum creation so that it could be inclusive of all the knowledge. This is what I wanted to mention here, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, Levi.
мисин сусерпассуарниттаамалит таманнеққарторнеқартиллугу уналиама имаилаатиуи эққаарусуннарсиннаасарпо соорлмааннакку ила нахуэқатиги нуитаармеққарторнеқарнаани иммитсиннаамуун калаалқивиалаарсиннаасариақаата тассани нуаннаарутингисариақарпарпут нахуэқатитта има.
We have to be thankful, and it gives us an opportunity to look inward. And talking of Inuit language, I am so proud that we live in a country where Inuit speakers are the majority of this country. Let us show pride in our own language, being able to use that. Sometimes we criticize things too easily. Let's look inward and see what do we do to ensure that our language is the strongest languages in this country. And the majority of the speakers of this country are speaking Inuit. What did we do to get there? What did we do to ensure that our language was surviving all the obstacles and barriers and challenges we were facing linguistic-wise? So we can speak to each other regardless where we are in Greenlandic, and we are speaking Greenlandic Inuit, regardless where we are, regardless the differences of the dialects we have. I don't speak fluent Danish, not even close. And very often, a lot of people are saying that I sometimes do not agree upon is that when people are saying he is like this and he is like that, he can do this and he can't do that. Sometimes it can be so tiring. I am not fluent in Ilulissat, in Danish, but I didn't use it as an obstacle. I was not feeling sorry for myself. I finished my education. I got my degree. I think that my own fellow country people are talking to me as if I have something against Danes, because I fight for my language. My children speak Greenlandic only, and my wife is from North Greenland. My children speak only Inuit. My father is ensuring that I can stand on my both feet in this society, even though that I don't speak other languages. I'm very proud as an Inuk. But very often people are pointing fingers at me saying that I'm a racist. I'm against the white man. It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with who I am and what I am, because I fight for my own language and speak my own language and find it important that my children speak the Greenlandic only. It is so saddening and it is so discouraging when people point finger at me saying that I am a racist and I have something against Danes. That is wrong. I think it's a mindset. It's a question of our personal mindsets. And I think it's very important that we also, when we create our policies, be careful what this also can be seen and misunderstood as. Let's not see our language as an obstacle to anything. It is an anchor for you to grow as a person. And I think it is so important that the biggest thing that we never have lost in the colonization history is our language. It's the biggest asset we have as Inuit, and it's the biggest gift that I think. My father was sent to Denmark by age 10, and he had to spend a whole year. And I still consider him as one of the most well-spoken Greenlandic language user in this country. And he knows exactly the terminology about the marine mammal and land mammal and talking about the geology. Very, very fluent, a very good speaker. And still they're calling us as if we do not have our own integrity and own personality just because we speak Greenlandic alone, only. So as long as we treat each other this way, maybe across all Inuit lands, both from East Greenland until Siberia, if we have this mindset, I think we will be looking at our weaknesses. That is separating us. We are not uniting. And as long as we see our challenges as an anchor around our necks and around our legs, it is so important that you don't look at the anchors. Look at the opportunities you have and create by your own language. And let's not speak any negative words about our language. Let's talk about the successes we have. Let's talk of the successes we have, because anything bad already we have heard enough from the colony time. Thank you.
Jerry Sharp. Nakomik.
Inuktituro okhagnaktunga Susie ikayurunaktanga.
I'm going to speak. Is Susie here? Susie, can you translate for me? Susie?
Hi.
She wants Susie to translate for her.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
Oh.
Okay, yes. Yes. Good time. She just got that. Okay, yeah.
Haktung moatekitwalik.
My mother's name was Morty.
She used to work for ICC, for ITK, and my mother was very talented. She was very outstanding. However, because her husband was a Kaluna, I speak the English language quite well, but my Inuktitut is not as good, and I'm very sorry about that. When you speak Inuktitut, I can clearly understand you. However, I can't speak it properly, and neither do my children or my grandchildren. They can understand the dialect and the Inuktitut language, but they can only speak in English, which is sad because I would like them to know my traditional language.
I want to make my mother proud. And I wanted Susie to interpret for me because she knew my mother. My mother was one of the best interpreters, simultaneous and consecutive. My mother was one of the ones that helped create words such as land claim treaties and the legal terminology that had to be used.
People even ask me when I first meet them, are you Moati's daughter?
70s. And they speak to how well my mother spoke. Itugaimna, he made sure that I could speak Inuktitut again by taking us out in the land. When we were out in the land,
my grandfather noticed when we went out on the land, we didn't know any of the traditional terms. That Inuit survived by knowledge of their own language and their environment. I don't know any of that. And I hope one day I will speak properly in Inuktitut.
What has worked for me is all my travels, all the books that I saw, Inuktitut books, Inuktitut stories, the myths and the legends. And I buy those for my babies and I bring them home. And they're so happy to hear the Inuk stories, the Inupaluit. And they have Inuktitut words that my daughter and my son can pronounce. And it helps them as well as helps my grandbabies. Music is another way that we can help with that. I'm not going to speak on the negativity of what happened with my mother. I'm going to speak at the positivity of what my mother gave me. My mother gave me being Inuk. Kuwihuluaktunga, Inugama, Inuyunga. And I'm really proud of that. And I want to make her proud. And I can only do that by making my grandchildren proud. Stories are the backbone of Inuit. And I think that stories are one way that we can put into books that help the children. Because when we help the children, we're going to help the adults and the elders. Because when we look at all the other issues when it comes to language and the negativity that can be there with the RCMP misunderstanding and the medical system and miscommunication, we can avoid all of that by getting to our grandbabies and our children, and not in the education system, but in the home, with stories and books, little by little.
Thank you, Susie, for helping me, and I love you so much.
Peter.
Thank you. Thank you. First, siksik aluki nakomik Siksik, I understand your situation. Yes, my Lucky, my daughter was like that too because I was married to a Halunak. So because I used to speak English with her, and so I wasn't speaking English, so it was quite challenging for my daughter, who was not learning in Inuktitut. So she was telling me about her experience, why she was asking me why she wasn't being taught in Inuktitut. Yes, there was a question, how do we feel? What is your opinion on language? Where where indigenous language could be official language of the circumpolar world. That's what I'd like to see. At this meeting, I would like to, when you go to the new communities, the first language should be Kaluk in all indigenous lands. You are the ones who use your language in your communities. I see the people working in the airport who speak their language. I'd like to mention that first. You are way ahead of Inuit. You are way ahead in your mother tongue, because for others, we have lost our language. For example, the youth, they're using TikTok, shows, social media, that mentioned also. We were hoping to put Inuktitut language in the TikTok, showing that we are proud to be Inuit, and the fact that we need proper funding from the federal government. In Canada, our language had been tried to be dissolved, but now they're trying to do. The government are trying to, when it's too late, to try to bring back our language, help us bring back our language. Yes, I understand Alaskans were speaking Inuktitut. I understand them, and I also understand when people from Greenland are speaking Inuktitut, but not all of it. For example, Yu Sikusugak, who made language really important. The work that was done in Canada, Greenland, Alaska, and Jakarta. So what have you done to preserve Inuktitut language? That's what we need to find out from each other, because right now our languages, we're losing our language very fast. Yes, I have a grandchild who I speak to in Inuktitut, but speaks back to me in English, a 5-year-old grandchild. I speak to him in Inuktitut. The children in daycare are only taught in English. That was reminded me by Adam that in daycare they're only taught English if they're going to be in daycare. I'm talking about Canada. They should be able to be only spoken in Inuktitut in the daycares in Canada. I'm from Quebec. In Quebec, they came up with a bill where Bill C-96, where French language should be the official language. But we have told them we are Inuit, we need to be recognized, our language needs to be recognized. So we have to make sure our language becomes official. When we were flying on Air Greenland, it was really good to hear the pilots were speaking Inuktitut. We don't have that. We don't have enough of that in Canada. Yes, we do have Inuit pilots. What we're also working on in Canada, there's an Inuk app that we've come up with, but it's not enough. But we need to have more encouragement in the Inuktitut language. Like I said, Greenland is way ahead of using their language. For example, in University Paris, they teach Inuktitut. When I went to Paris, I was surprised to hear a French person speaking Inuktitut, and I asked him, where did he learn? He said He learned it in University of Paris. If we could come up with something like that, maybe we could come up with that we would like to see that in Canada, and collecting the work that the curriculum programs that have been already developed. Like I mentioned earlier, to be able to be recognized as Inuit language as the official language, not French, not English, not Danish. We would want Inuit to be prioritized. When you are trying to find a job in Nunavik, for example, the resume says that the requirement is to be able to speak French and English, but we should reverse that and say requirement is for the person, the candidate, to be able to speak Inuit. Thank you, Aloki, for working on the language. And also, you said you were going to New York. If we don't go there, we're not going to be thought about. So we need to encourage our language if we want to preserve our language. We need to be there. We need to give our voice. We have to come up with a university. That's what I'd like to see, where Inuit language is a priority in the Inuit Nunangat. Also, we have to come up with a university which will be in Inuktitut. Thank you.
Now we will go to Alaska. Debbie?
Ulalatak, Oanga, Jaluk, King Mutun, Debbie Atak, Nalang Mutun, Sitnasak Migu Runga. This is the beginning of my language studies that I have been working on with my father, Richard Atak. Richard Atak was born in Wales. That's the English name. In King Mutun, Kingagin. So I'm descendant of Kingagin. What I didn't know when I was growing up is that my dad spoke fluently in his language until he was 7 years old. When I was growing up in Nome, I'd never heard him speak his language, but my grandparents, they both spoke fluently. They spoke fluently in front of me. I heard them only speak to each other in Inupiaq, in Kingagmitun, in our dialect. Lately, my father has taken it upon himself to establish a dialect preservation project. It started 5 years ago. And what he has said, and I'd like to share this with the delegates here. In Alaska, he said, in 1971, we had the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, which extinguished all land claims. But what we haven't settled is the loss of our language and our culture. And I think his point there is that this government that has imposed itself on us and removed our culture from our people, and not just the government. There are other sectors of our society that we respect, and certainly my grandmother was a devout Methodist, and she believes she went to be at home with her Creator. She was a faithful Christian. That's an important part of her life. That was important to her. But those same people led to the erosion of our culture in our own hometown. They stopped practicing our traditional dances. My father has said, as I said, that our claims against the government for language, we haven't even approached that. He says we are owed literally millions of dollars to restore that. I also wanted to share that in terms of the audacious goals that you ask for in your questions, I really appreciate your questions. I think that is the best way to approach this because there's so much passion here. I have so many notes, I can't possibly share them all in one comment, so I'll try to keep myself to just a few notes. But one of the things I would like to encourage us as a collective body is to try to create as many teachers as possible as quickly as possible, particularly for those indigenous languages where we're losing our fluent speakers at a rapid rate. Unfortunately, for my father's dialect, we may be down to just maybe 10 or 12, a dozen fluent speakers, and we lost 2 last year. I was helping to keep a database of where our speakers are. That's how few there are that I can just quickly make a database, and sad to say that we lost several. And so I would love to use this whole brain trust here to have the opportunity to create programming, to create speakers very quickly. If there are gifted speakers from Chukotka, Inuktitut, Greenland, who are interested in speaking other languages that are on the endangered list at the UN, then we would encourage them to come to Alaska and study with us and help us to create some speakers. So I think there's a room full of very, very smart people. I think our people are some of the most intelligent people. We're adaptive, and I want there to be a spirit of we can do this, we can restore and strengthen our languages. Koyana.
Johannes.
Thank you, Siksik and Aluki. I think this conversation is very real to us Inuit. It defines who we are, where we come from, and to make each other understand. And for us to understand each other no matter where we're from. There was a conversation here whereby Inuit have been impacted so much by colonization. Their very lives, their very languages have been impacted. It seems in most of our locations where we are, this touches them in their lives. This causes pain in their lives and in their hearts and mentally. It's everything. And we know back in 1956, the people of Nuuk were removed from their original lands, and then the people who lived at Hebrew were also moved to communities or locations they're not familiar with. And they were informed at the time of the relocation that it will be better for them and that they will have more opportunities where they are relocated to. And those promises have never happened. And so it's no wonder that the Labrador Inuit have a stance because they have been almost destroyed. Today, only relatives are beginning to see, and community members are starting to recognize themselves as to who they are, what their real identity is. And so these I speak of have to do with community unity and socializing and being part of the community, who your grandparents are. And they can only really learn these, and the connections and the bonding can occur through using their traditional languages, because it's easier for the elders to explain those relations and bonds and linkages. And we have been impacted, and in turn our children are being impacted as well. And so I say this. We have been taught in English. My father and my mother, I have felt very impacted, and I feel protective of the kind of treatment they received under the education system of the day. And this has stayed in my mind for a very long time. After they passed away, I thought, okay, are we able to forgive? Is there some form of reconciliation? And that was my mindset in order to try to cope with the pain, according to my understanding. There can be forgiveness, but they have to understand that our parents, our fathers, and our mothers were severely impacted in their lives. But we are Inuit. We have to take control of our own lives in every way. And so I know I'm not the only one. There are others who were also sent out to residential schools, taken away as if they were kidnapped, away from their own relatives and family. This is the act of the Kaluna system, to take away and relocate Inuit, move them away from their families, and relocate them to places they've never been to, enter a system. Remembering all this causes a lot of pain. It's very hurtful because they had lives, they have souls, they have spirit. That being our history, is there some way, somehow, as an organization of community, of unity, can we heal and recover? How can we be stronger for our future? The men used to be the hunters, and they're not able to talk about their pain. It stays inside them, and it causes mental instability. And we need to have people that can provide comfort and counseling from our own people who know our culture, that people can relate to. In 1956, or was it 1959? From those years, they have never talked about their pain. It stays inside, hidden and closed. And some have reached the age of 65. And it still impacts them because they're unable to express that pain at all. Through language only, we can really relate with others. When we use our own language, it's who we are. And then through the language, we can also get people to speak from their hearts, their spirits, and their mind, because they haven't been able to do that in their own language, because we've been substituted to accept another culture. And so for me, personally, this has been huge for me to express, to learn how to forgive and to learn how to overcome. So today, I'm happy that for a long time, I have had these secrets in my mind, in my heart, and I need to know how I can heal, because I need to understand in my own language people I can relate to and have guidance in my own language. Thank you so much. And I thank all of you for including this on our agenda. I know you're working hard on language protection. It's important to us. I feel that is the only way, even if we have different dialects. This is one thing we cannot afford to lose. We've lost so much, and we have to work hard at protecting our language. That's the only way. It's important to us. If we lose it altogether, we lose part of ourselves and our identity. Thank you. I love him so.
Koyanamik Johannes. Gerald.
Gerald.
Nakamik, Gerald Asavac, Nunatsiva Government, Canada. I think a few major things I had to write down so I wouldn't forget. Please bear with me. I've been crying since the beginning of this, and I'll cry through it. Thank you, Aluki and Siksi, for sharing your stories. I share the same story. I'm a strong, healthy Inuk man, but I've let a lot of the intergenerational trauma go that I did not know that I had from my parents. As President Lamp spoke about relocation, residential schools, colonialism, and trauma, racism, I was naive all this time, thinking, I was very resilient, educated to university degrees, can go where I want in life and do everything big, as your parents tell you in life, you're going to do great things. And you really believe that, you do that, and you go on.
10:32 a.m.
But, that is one of the biggest things that I probably didn't know, that I had so much shame and guilt. And not only for myself internally, but even from other Inuit. I felt looked down upon by other Inuit in Canada, in my hometown, in Nunatsiavut. Internationally, yes, I had the characteristics of a strong Inuk man. And when they hear I don't speak, I could see it visually in their gestures that I'm not Inuk because I don't speak. That was not one thing that I ever requested in my life, was not to speak my mother tongue. And that's the biggest wish. Everybody wishes for big things in life, luxury cars, mansions, big money, travel the world. My biggest wish, honestly, was to have the opportunity at birth to have my language. That is the biggest, richest thing you can have in life. And I do envy others, who can speak it proudly and continue to speak it proudly and share it with your family and friends. Also, another thing, too, I don't want to take up too much more time because I know a lot of people want to speak on this because it's so important. And, when I was looking at the agenda and reading it last week, and I didn't think it was going to hit me as I go, another good, discussion item that's been on many tables at ITK, ICC, Government of Canada, Government Newfoundland, Labrador, your own governments everywhere, language. But I think we need to be very strategic, and I appreciate the decade of language is huge and what you're doing, Luki, and everyone else here at this table for coming here and speaking up, because I know others as well. I'm the Minister of Health and Social Development, so healing and wellness is very important, and I realize even now today that I am affected. And that, just letting it go and acknowledging it, saying that I was affected, that I am affected, that I'm hurt, that I'm letting the hurt go. Taking control and power, I feel like I've let 100 pounds of stress that I didn't know was in my heart because of this. And so it is a very important topic. And I think another area that we need to focus on is focus groups for non-speakers. We need to hear of those unilingual English speakers. How do we improve language revitalization in our communities, in our country, in our Inuit as a people? Because that we need to hear from our people who are not speaking. Because sometimes yes, it's important for the speakers to develop it, but we need to collaborate with the non-speakers. And a lot of our elders and seniors who are the speakers are dying out. And in our region of Nunatsiavut, many will say we're losing our language. And we have seen other indigenous groups countrywide lose theirs, and we don't want to be that. We want to do better. We need to do better. I want to improve myself and be given the opportunity. So I think the big plan is to go in as if we are losing our language, and if we focus on that and have a timely checklist to say where are we now, every 6 months to see that we're meeting our goals, and all in. So thank you very much.
Nicole Gerald. Nathan.
Nakumik. It's really comforting to know that there are so many people who are openly wanting to share their stories, and also that this space that ICC provides allows for Inuit across the circumpolar Arctic to come together and to talk through some of these essential challenges of our times. I want to thank Aluki Kutel and your leadership at the UN and taking on the responsibility over these next 10 years to be the Inuit face of the decade of Indigenous languages, and then the support that ICC plays, and Sarah in the work that you do at the UN in relation to language. I know that it has been a dream of many who have come to these meetings over the past decades to create an Inuit Nunat radio station or TV station or some sort of communications network that would allow Inuit to communicate and hear from one another as a part of our daily lives. I still think that that is a wonderful goal, and that is still a big unrealized dream of the Inuit Circumpolar Council. So perhaps that is something that we can think strategically about, and whether or not it is possible. You know, in my hotel room here in Nuuk, there's 2 channels for KNR in Kalathisut. In Canada, I know we have communication societies that produce Inuktitut content in each one of our regions. And we heard this morning from the Russian delegation that there is something recent in relation to communications work, and I'm sure in Alaska there are the same. This is a strength, and we should build upon that strength. Even if our dialects are very different, we know that our language is one language. And that is an incredible strength that we have, that very few other Indigenous peoples, when they gather together, have. That our language has the same root, and many of the words are the same across Inuit Nunat. In Canada, we've been working on this as a priority for decades. In the last 10 years, though, we've been implementing our national Inuit education strategy. We have created a unified writing system so that hopefully at the national level, we can create materials that everyone can understand, no matter what regional and community dialect exists. We also are working to create an Inuit Nunangat University. And we know that Inuktitut will be one of these pillars of the way the university governance functions, and then also hopefully one of the pillars in the program of the university once it is started. We hope to learn from Greenland and also from Alaska in the way in which you have had success in post-secondary. And those conversations hopefully can be held in part at the ICC table and amongst the ICC member organizations. We have challenges in Canada in the siloed way in which our language efforts are undertaken. Any fluent Inuktitut speaker from Canada did not learn Inuktitut in school. All of the fluency that you hear, all of the incredible speakers that we have, that is a community and a family contribution and gift to Canadian Inuit and also to Inuit across Inuit Nunat. We need to change that. We need to have formal structures that allow for anyone who would like to learn and also anyone living in Inuit Nunangat communities in Canada to formally learn Inuktitut the way that we learn English, the way that people learn French in Canada. And that is a dream that we all hold from Canada and one that we now are in a better place, I think, to realize, especially with UNDRIP and Article 13 of UNDRIP. We are working with Canada to implement UNDRIP in our country. We have legislation now that binds the Canadian government to implement our existing human rights. And I think for the outcome of the decade on Indigenous languages for Canadian Inuit, we would love to see Canada be held to account for the implementation of that particular article. And perhaps from the Inuit Circumpolar Council for all of our 4 countries, that could be something that we just have an expectation of our public governments, that they will implement our existing human rights in relation to language. Nakumik.
Nakumik Natan. Before we move on to the next speaker, I would ask the delegates that if your placard is up, make sure we can see your name. The next speaker is, we believe it's the name Emma, Greenlandic Youth.
In this debate, I can hear we can hear that some places, some regions, mother tongue is very strong placed and used, but in some other regions there are lack of ability to use Inuit language. We know that that language is crucial when we think about our health and our way of educating and all the surrounding things in society. Things are not in common. It's just like our language is in one place and our educational things and other responsibilities are on another plate. But we have to put it into one. We have to think that the language is not only what gives you an identity, it's also your tradition and whatever you have. But when it comes from the Danish or Qatlunat, they have another way of speaking. They put themselves first as person. I see you, but when we speak in our mother tongue, we'll see you, I see. So that's only an example on how different languages are. What is the most important to say? Is it I or is it you? So that's a question of how to debate things. But we need to have a daily life that is constructed in a way so it feels like a whole and not just like parted out and isolated in each way. Our way of living and our languages are those we need to support and to protect and strengthen. We know that using our mother tongue gives a lot of challenges and problems you have to solve, but it doesn't mean that you should don't strengthen the languages. We know that there are barriers we need to solve. We need to take a step from our point of view and then go forward. When we think about our leaders and the way we have a structure when the season for trout fishing is just around the corner, and then we in the medias have to listen to a lot of experts talking about trout and fishing. And when this season is started up, so these fishermen will be the most important in the medias those days. Well, we know that Greenlanders are very strong in the mother tongue and in our Greenlandic language. But we also know that if it comes to cultural events and whatever, cultural Canadians are much more stronger compared to the Greenlanders. So that's why we can take the lead in different ways. Thank you.
Koyenak Emma. Now we will go to Alaska.
Masakut Adaskamun. Nicolimun. Wa Nicole Kinning. Allaqtikkusuppunga oqaasianun. Uannun siullermpaasisimanngilaqaqanu qanutuluttunutserneqarsimanersaisumaa kisiaoqarman imminuuppeqaluni inupiavunga tassauangaavunga ukua eqqartukkangumarluk sammisan oqaatsit imapiniarnerlu kinaasusitsinut uatsinu tassa pingaarpun kalaallinunaan Alaska Kanatalu Chukarkalu ima siuarsarniarlu tataavalu amma ima ассигингиттумик инисисимангалуарлута кисианниатаатсиккут кангерлуссуарми миттарфамми иссиаарусаарлунга кам
Tässä meqqat ama meqqervinnit eqqarsaatigi-vakka. Soorlu amma inuusuttut uqaatsini amma ilinniarput tusaasinnaavisiŋa nipaqarpunga.
And then I also think about our Kalari Academy that we just started in with Kalvik and across the North Slope in Wainwright, and how those teachers are right now in Hawaii learning and exchanging with the teachers in, to learn about the solutions and strategies and protocols for sharing language learning tools. And so I think when it comes to language, we need to focus on the national to international synergies and advancing and creating support for our mentors, for our teachers, and for those that want to soak in the language. I think mentorship for language is key. I think of, Jimmy and Vera and now Marie, and I think for language, having those mentors and mentees, for those champions that want to continue to, who work in this space, will make great progress for our advancement of sharing and encouraging language utilization both in the homes and in our education systems. So, Koyanak.
Koyanak Nicole. Next is the Crawford.
Ula lordak mga Crawford pat kudak akibgak tawing miyo. Tawa nalakan ni sinahan nga wawlapak amna kautik put kaus inupia unik put pagiblugu tamna tekang siguruk sabari put utuk kanawut tamna inupia unik put kapeanik put inut kuwalwak lugu.
Can I just pause the speaker here so that we can let the translators know that there's no translation coming through?
Okay.
In Qablun attitude?
While they're getting ready, even though we can speak the English language, and we could probably cover a lot more in a short period of time, I believe it's important that we speak our native tongue and challenge our translators a little bit more. Let them have fun with it. I'll try to do my best. Are you guys on yet? Deborah. Dodo, can you guys hear Dodo yet?
Can the translators who are translating into Qablun attitude do a test for us, please?
Maybe while they're getting set and ready, I'll just continue in English.
Can you hear me? Right there? Okay. Our government, the government tried to take our language away at that time. It is clear. And they tried to change the minds of our people at that time. That learning Inupiaq is just a hindrance to the learning if we're going to learn English. And there were a lot of people that believed that this was the cause, that we should not speak the Inupiaq language, and that was when it began. And at that time we had people that opposed the white government, and that speaking English only was the way to go. And my grandma adopted me culturally. And learning Inupiaq as my first language at a young age. When I tried to say some words at that time, it was difficult on how to pronounce the right words. But we have to keep moving forward even though a difficult thing comes before us. And speaking Inupiaq, our language, it is hard right now and difficult trying to revitalize the language to our people, to our young people. We are all different, and each village has a little different dialect, from Point Hope to Barter Island to Anaktuvuk Pass. And sometimes we become kind of divided because of the dialectical differences. And let me speak a little of the work that we had done. Our leaders before us had worked on our language before. The Bible was being translated in 1960 by Dr. Raimawa, and the New Testament was done at that time, and so that our people can read the Bible at that time. It is very precious to us as a people. It helps us for our livelihood, and that is really good. There are a lot of that we have worked on in Alaska. Even though some of our people do not speak the language anymore, they went on to pursue their secondary education at UAF. Let me talk about Richard Glenn. He did not speak any Inupiaq when he went to that post-secondary education at UAF, and that is where he went to go learn the language, because they were teaching Inupiaq in that school. And in our borough, North Slope Borough and Arctic Slope, we started those projects that are resources and to help our language. The Arctic Education Foundation was created in 1977, and the North Slope Borough School District started the Inupiaq programs in our schools, and it started out good because it was funded, but the North Slope Borough took over that our education system in the borough. And in a few years, or many years past, they started, the budget went down, and the first thing that they cut for Inupiaq language program is always the first to cut, the first thing that they cut from funding. And that Inupiaq is tied to that Eben Hobson spoke about, that our government needs to be strong in our government in Canada and in Greenland and Alaska. Yeah, we remember the words of Eben Hobson. To be able to fund them ourselves, that was our goal. And there are a lot of other projects we did. We did the KBRW program, the translating services, and when our people came to meetings, we wanted them to have translators in those meetings, and whatever they talked about needs to be done. We wanted them talked about in our language, and we tried our best to keep our Inupiaq language strong and going. And what Nicole talked about, the Kajagi Academy that was started by Mayor Harry Brower through the language revitalization program. The Kajagi School in Wainwright has started. The North Slope Borough funded that project, and right now the Inupiaq Community of the Arctic Slope has started funding that Kajagi Academy in Wainwright. Since that time, our government removing people from wherever they were residing in our area, they gathered them together and had them settle in Barrow, where the education was happening by the BIA, and this is where they wanted them to learn English. We know that it hurts our people, and we see it. Your stories, when we listen to them, they are the same. These are what our white educators try to extinguish our language. But we are very thankful that we are talking about this today and that we can speak our language. We are trying to learn. more up to today. And our children, because it is difficult. When the spouse cannot speak the Inupiaq language and you're talking to your children, it's hard to communicate when your spouse doesn't understand the Inupiaq language either, and it makes it more harder. And it's different. Those are our excuses, and we can't use those anymore, but we got to move forward. And when I talked to the speaker before us, and he's right. Although we've been hurt, however way you want to describe it, and we cannot let these things stop us, but we must keep moving forward. Let me tell a story of my mother-in-law. She was a Inupiaq language teacher, and she changed her mind at that time when they were trying to take the Inupiaq language away. She changed her mind that she was gonna start teaching the Inupiaq language. And when I got with my wife, it was difficult at first when your spouse cannot understand the Inupiaq language and our children, and we tried our best to teach our children. And as individuals, they are different. Some of them want to learn, some of them, it's not a priority to them. But this is our, where we have a vision and a goal to go forward. Although our dialects are different and some of your words we can understand, but we have to keep working on them. And if we want our languages to survive, yes. Okay, Deborah, I will stop right here. Thank you.
Crawford.
Crawford qoyana. Ingerlaqinginnitinni 10 minutter pause.
А сейчас слышно? Слышно? Все. Крыга Джордж, сейчас не могу сказать прям на скидку, скорее всего,
Excuse me, I would like to ask the delegates to return to their tables so we can continue with the workshop. Okay, we are continuing with the workshop. Our next speaker is Evelyn Storr.
Sorry, I just have a short.
Sorry, Evelyn, there's just going to be an announcement quickly, and then you'll speak next. Sorry.
I'll take our guest maybe not still don't have the listening equipment. I just wanted to welcome also the leaders of our other guests that are coming for our Arctic Peoples Conference who have arrived, and that is Gwich'in Council International Leadership and Arctic Athabascan Council and the Aleut International Association. So welcome to Ilulissat. So we are lucky now that we don't have delays for the next days, and it's nice to see the weather is also good.
Sarah. Evelyn, you have the floor.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Evelyn Storr, and I work with the Inuit Regional Corporation and a delegate for Canada. I just wanted to make some comments in regards to the presentation and try to maybe respond to some of the questions. But listening this morning to people speaking, I think we're all headed in the same direction, because I listened to what other regions, what the other countries are doing. And for our region, we are all we're working on similar types of initiatives to enhance the language in the region and also for our programming. So we do a lot of community programs, and where we, it's always our goal to have the language as part of those community programs. We do fund elders programs in the communities, and they host radio programs and work with the young people to try to get our young people to utilize and learn the language. So they do a lot of fun type of activities through the radio programs. And we also do language programs in the community. We develop a lot of resources through our Cultural Resource Center to support those programs that we're delivering. And more and more the resources are being developed and they have to be reviewed, and our resources are being made available online for the books and anything that's developed. They're made available for people so that wherever we have beneficiaries or throughout Canada, they're able to access. We do provide resources to try to encourage our younger people to learn about the language and the culture by providing cultural kits to children who may be in care outside of the region and across the country. So when we're connected with those children, we make an effort to send them a kit which includes books and different traditional games that they can learn about. And so we're trying to promote the language through those initiatives. And we try to organize and have gatherings. Just recently, we had an elders gathering, and we also had a regional drum dance gathering, because we find that the young people really enjoy drum dancing. And, you know, we hear that comments like, well, I don't know the language. But, you know, when they sit with the drum dance group, it doesn't take them long, and you watch and observe them. They're singing and they're performing. So if singing and learning the drum dance songs can help them to get them going to want to learn more about the language, or that will be continued. So we really promote our regional gatherings, understanding that we have 3 dialects in the region. And any of our work that we do, any of our action plans or strategies that are developed regionally, we utilize the elders to help us to put a Inuvialuktun name to that strategy, whether it's our regional suicide prevention or our newly child and family law. We get the elders together to help us to put the name to it. And I was in a meeting with 4 of our elders when we were going to put a name to our family and children in care law. And my coworker and I, we sat through that with them, and we didn't know that what we observed and how they worked together affected us both in the same way. Like it just made us feel like we felt, I guess, how powerful that exercise was. And it really helped us to move forward with the work. So we really try to make sure we utilize the elders and the language speakers to help us to finalize the work and some of our work plans. So, and in our region too, we have the mentorship program. We get funding again from our territorial government, and try to have mentorship programs in our communities where we would have one person with a elder or a fluent speaker who would be their it's like an apprenticeship program. So I'm hoping with some of these initiatives and partnership we have with the territorial government, that the funding for ongoing support would continue, because that's the problem. We start something and then they say, oh, there's no more funding, as we heard this morning, and then it stops. And I think that's where we get a lot of discouragement from those that want to learn. Another really, I think, important way of trying to teach, and for myself, I know to try to learn the language, is through singing. In our region, we do a lot of gospel gatherings, sing-along gatherings. And my dad came from Barrow, and so he taught the young people in our community, and then the community teaches the region. So we travel to communities when needed or requested by families who are dealing with loss, or just going there as part of our programming. And again, I sing some of the songs, and then in my mind I'm saying, well, I don't speak the language, but yet I'm singing and participating in that way, and it's a really good way for people to learn, because they're in a comfortable environment at that time. So, learning the language and our relatives across the border is really something that's flowing into the region. I also heard comments about trying to encourage the language teaching through our early childhood programs. And we have programs in each of our communities that we oversee, and we have trouble when we advertise for a language coordinator, because I think the comment that we hear is, well, I don't speak the language. So we've kind of adapted that job title to encourage people to use the resources to teach the young children the language, and it's also helping them to learn. So trying to, change the way that we're trying to get people involved with some of our programming. And I think the other thing that I would really like to see from ICC moving forward, and Aluki spoke to the decade, I can't remember the title, but yeah, the Indigenous people, the 10-year thing, that we need to, as we heard yesterday, have ongoing communication of where we're headed during the 10 years, and not at the end of the 10-year, because we can be a part of that. So communication on where ICC is going, and so that the different members of ICC can feed into the process or support the process. And the other thing that we have to continue to advocate for is ongoing funding for our education system, because that's where we find that, a lot of the teaching and the learning happens. And I think during this time, too, that we have to figure out a way of, I guess, monitoring and evaluating where we're going with this, and try to come up with some, I guess, really good data to say that we're improving. Because I think some of our speakers, Johansi and spoke this morning, and I really felt a lot of what he was talking about. And I don't speak, I shouldn't say, I'm trying to learn, but I think I put pressure on myself that I need to be fluent right from day one, and that's not going to happen. I need to take it step by step, and that'll be my goal, to try to continue to support what we're hearing from our region in the area of language. And I think a lot of our people have names that are given to them by elders. And I know my granddaughter has a name, but whenever she introduces herself, she does not reflect on that name or introduce herself using her given name. And I really try to encourage her that it's important because that was given to you by somebody, an elder, and you need to start introducing yourself as that. So just some of my thoughts and listening this morning. Like I said, a lot of what I touched on was expanded on by others, and I just needed to comment on what's happening within our region. Thank you.
Evelyn. Before we move on to the next speaker, I would ask that the delegates shorten your contributions. We have 10 people who want to speak and only half an hour left. The next person is Qalluq.
Vlalotak Nvanga Kola Carvalho, Kikik Dagrik Minuranga with the Alaska delegation. There are a couple of comments I want to make, but first I really want to acknowledge how much I appreciate everyone coming to the table with where they're at and the vulnerability being shared in this space, wherever we are in our language journey and our healing. So kainak for that, I really appreciate it. Something that I've noticed for individuals who are around my age in our region and some of the younger folks is that there are a couple themes around language restoration that I think are important to consider. And one is that technology, which has been raised, I think, by other speakers, can be a important tool and can bolster our learning. And that the technology can be an opportunity to create content and meet different language learners where they're at. I also want to recognize that our youth made a recommendation around this that I hear in our region a lot, and that there is a desire to connect with intergenerationally with learners. And I think that goes not only to connecting with people who are fluent, but also speaks to some of the healing that's needed between each other, because I really firmly believe in the wisdom of younger people as well as those who are elders. It goes both ways, and there's healing and learning when we come together. In the work that we get to do in our lands department, I think that often our language is seen as sometimes described solely as this important thing for our health and our culture, which is 100% the case. But similar to our way of thinking as Inuit people holistically, it's also very tied to our land and our land management and our relationship to the ocean. And so I think that when we do this work, we're restoring our connection to our generational knowledge and our wisdom that we try to uphold. And I think we touched on it a little bit yesterday when we were talking about maritime governance, that we need to be able to bolster what we know, and keeping our language is an important part of that. So something that Segulik in our region and I have talked about is a little bit of what Pita talked about, and I think what Avaya talked about earlier, which is that we have to create pathways for the next generation to bring our language into our work professionally, to value that, include it, and support our learners and meet them where they're at. One of my audacious goals, maybe for a little piece of this picture that I have, is to have a land specialist and have a language requirement, but that requirement is backed up with support for that individual to go to have schooling and go to training. And I think the last comment that I have is that I had a member of the audience talk to me about this, and that I appreciate the focus of the decade, but our languages have been dealing with the challenge of being degraded for more than a decade. And so one of the hopes I have is that at the end of this decade and this important work that you're doing, is that an outcome be what is that ongoing funding and programming to support our languages to ensure that we can bolster it beyond the decade, because it's been more than a decade that our languages have been undermined. And I think we have more than a decade of work to restore it. Koina.
Next, we will have Vivian from Alaska.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. I have several observations and several comments. So at home, I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for the Association of Village Council Presidents, and our region has 48 villages, and we are primarily Yupik, Chupik, and Athabascan. The majority of our communities speak Yupik. In this setting here at ICC, our annual meetings of our tribes looks like this. We use translators, we use interpreters. The ladies in the booth are our interpreters. They do this when we meet with our tribes. So this is a very normal process that we go through. I'd like to speak to the strength of our language. In our region, we have a lot, many years, 25, maybe 30. That's very little compared to the generations we're talking about. But we do have a resurgence in our region for Yupik. I will share with you that I know the immersion school in our region works because my children attended the immersion school, and they're 19 and 21 right now. And the reason as a parent I know that it works is because when my children's, when they sleep, they not only dream in Yupik, but they sleep talk in Yupik. So that really is the test as a parent, as a mother, because our children as mothers are tied to our qasbaq skirts until they decide that they can go out into the world and do things for themselves. And as a mother, we're very reluctant and protective of our children. So in language revitalization, I believe mothers have a lot of power to see to the outcome of our children. The other thing that I wanted to share was I believe that ICC can be a catalyst for strengthening all of our indigenous languages. I see it as much like having a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, and ICC can be the stick that stirs your coffee. And in that role, I believe that ICC can provide a platform internationally. It can provide an anchor internationally, and it can provide the inspiration through high school, through college, through professional sharing. One of the biggest things that I'm an educator. I have a master's degree in education. When I decided to leave the classroom, I thought I was done with teaching. But really, my classroom became much bigger than just the walls of where I was teaching my students. When we come to ICC, whether it be in Alaska, Canada, Greenland, and someday, hopefully, Russia, what we're doing is we're modeling being leaders. We are the leaders of the Arctic, and we are modeling how to be leaders. And the best teaching methodology is to model as parents to our children. And it's the same as leaders. The methodology that works in education, and in our view, education does not belong just in the classroom, but throughout your life, from the time you wake up to the time you go to sleep, modeling it, eating, sleeping, hunting, fishing, everything that you do everything that we do as Inuit. At my work, we provide social services to 56 tribes in our region. I've been involved with language for the last 15 years. And the way we've done that is we have provided scholarships to students, and we've created a pathway forward through working with the Alaska Native Language Center to produce teachers in our region with working with the seven school districts we have in our region, different school districts, and providing the resources to create a pathway for bachelors in Yupik, masters in Yupik, and PhDs in Yupik. So, in my opinion, we have a great opportunity to create an international connection to what is really successful in all of our regions, and share by modeling, by exchanges, by teleconferences, by Zoom meetings, and most importantly, as the role of being a dad, grandparents, uncles, aunties. So that is my recommendation to ICC, is to be a catalyst, a change method for what we want to see our villages, our students, our families to be in the future. And I agree that it's not going to be just 1 or 10 years, it's going to be multiple generations. Thank you.
Let people know who it's going to be. Minnie Emma.
Qoyanak. Before we begin, I will that you can submit written statements. There are sticky notes on the tables, and if you don't have an opportunity to speak, you can write it on the sticky notes, and ICC staff will go around and collect them. The next speaker is from Greenland, Minnie Emma.
Hi, my name is Minnie Emma. Arctic traditions and the collaboration and workshops is something that we have to take responsibility for the next generation. We have to strengthen ourselves, each other, and we have if we have to be more precise in what we're going to do. And we have, for example, gotten 16 qilatit, and it didn't used to be our tradition to have the qilat, the drum, but we still need the qilat. It needs to be more available, and our country is very vast. It's very big country, and in South Greenland there is land agriculture and sheep farming, and in the northern Greenland we have dog sledding and other stuff. So maybe we can collaborate more and create activities for the society and strengthen each other. That's what I wanted to say very shortly. Thank you.
Before we move on to the next speaker, there may be a time limit because we want to have everybody to have an opportunity to speak. If they can figure it out, it will be for 2 minutes. But our next speaker is Mary David.
My name is Mary David, and I'm from Nome. I just want to quickly mention, I think, the importance of, when we think about language, ensuring that we are in some way preserving the knowledge of our language experts. I'm very fortunate that I have my mother's voice on my phone. But when she passed, that was the end of, hearing my language spoken daily. So I think we need to also think about how can we preserve our language experts' knowledge when we think about language preservation. I know a lot of elders had to, maybe not elders, but they may have had to move from their home communities into hub communities or even out of the region. So a lot of that very high-level knowledge that they might have about language or concepts that might be related to where they are from may not be used as regularly and also can be lost. So I think it's really important to think about how can we preserve that knowledge that they have so that we can have it for in language curriculum or even just language for generations to come. So thank you very much.
Mary David. Our next speaker is George Edwardson.
Thank you. My name is George Edwardson with Inuit Community. And to start off with, I want everybody's attention to listen to what I have to say. I'm not going to say this to insult anybody. I just want to let you know what I have learned. And I went to a Catholic boarding school for 8 years. I had to cover the Bible twice in order to get out of school. And when the United States claimed they purchased Alaska, there were 6 people that met on a second-story hotel, second-rate hotel in San Francisco with a map laid in front of them by Congress, map of Alaska they just purchased. And they laid it out, and there were 6 churches there. The 7th one was down on the south, down the Aleutians, and that was the Russian Orthodox. Those 6 churches took the map and divided the state of Alaska, what we call Alaska today, and picked where they were going to convert the people into which religion they were going to receive. I got to know an archbishop very well, became good friends, and I asked him a question one time, and I asked him, tell me about religion, what is religion? He was quiet for a while, looked around, and then he leaned forward to me, and then he said, a means to control a mass, how to control people. My grandfather translated the New Testament into English language and our language. And I just wanted to tell you that religion was used to give us English. One of my kids recorded the elders in Barrow, you know, on what took place to change. But I want you to understand, religion was used to make us English speaking. Thank you.
Edward Adams.
Yeah, good afternoon or good morning. I just want to say a few words because I would feel left out if I don't say anything. I'd like to thank everyone who has spoken. I am 82 years old, but I am still learning. You know, I could hold my head and look for it at my age, but then I'm still learning. Everyone, my first language is Yupik, and if I speak Yupik, I speak from my heart. If I listen to the elders, I listen from my heart. And there's few dialects, you know. My dialect, I think of it as like my identity. And if our next language from my hometown is only 9 miles. They have different language, but we understand them. 18 miles away, they have mixed languages, but we still understand them. If you go 100 miles, there's fewer dialects that we don't understand, but the rest of the language we could understand. I'd like to thank my CEO, chairman, and the staff while I'm here, that they are my babysitters. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Dwayne.
Ariga, Kuyanaini Kwana, Kuyanak. That's our dialects back home. I'll try to be as brief as I can. Hearing all the comments, very supportive, very strong initiatives taking place. But it reminded me of a cowboy saying, I guess, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink it. And as Evelyn has touched on, we continue to try and come up with all types of mechanisms using the latest technology to get the people to try and learn the language. And we'll continue to try that. Really glad to hear some of the best practices some of the regions are sharing. But I think one of the things that ICC needs to do here is create a link that where we can all send our stuff to, so that we can go and see if Alaska or Greenland are putting on, as an example, saying, step 1, here's the basics on learning Inupiaq or Kalalit or whatever dialect we're talking about. I think that's going to be really crucial. It's another tool that's out there. I'm the 3rd generation of colonization, whatever you want to call it. Can't speak the language. It's been beaten out of us. The residential school processes, etc. For the first school we had was in the 1920s at Tupkuk, you know, and that's when it all started. And you go to some of the communities, Inuit communities in Canada, and you're looked down upon because you can't speak the language. We got to get away from that. It's not our fault. You've heard Gerald talk about that. Communications. One of the things, I'll use the Sami example. We had Sami herders bring the reindeer to our region in the 30s, and the old Sami guy stayed with us, and he was documented, and we've documented our own elders speaking, because my understanding is a lot of words are not used today, the old words, and the Sami found out that we recorded him speaking, so we sent them the recording so that they could hear this old dialect and these words that are not used anymore. And our communication society continues to try to document people just telling their life story, etc., or whatever is going on. It's another tool, but it's a way to document so that the language is kept and you can revitalize it. And like I said, we'll continue to look at the best practices out there. I really encourage you to try and share your information as to what you're doing. While we're in Greenland, I may try to reach out to the Minister of Education, joking, to try and bring some teachers back home, because that's exactly what we need. Somebody suggested and recommended we need teachers. We're working towards getting funding for a 10-year plan to have a teaching language program so that we can develop that capacity and continue it after that. I'll leave it at that. Thanks for the opportunity and thanks for organizing this. Aloki Siksik.
We have 4 speakers left and we're close to time. We're going to allow the 4 speakers to speak, but please keep it short.
Kulutagwak Bertelsen is my name. I am fond to hear the debate about our language. In 2016, I think it was in Nunavut, I was participating in a meeting in Nunavut, and it was Johannes who was. We visited Johannes's land, and we met a lot of youth and young people who were gathering, and they were discussing and debating their mother tongue and languages because they found out that it's very crucial to respect those different languages indigenous peoples have. When it comes to what happened in the regions, and we heard about some elders who were living in a settlement north of Nain. They had listened to the radio, and they have been only could listen to the Greenlandic radio. They couldn't listen to their own national radio, but the Greenlandic radio, they could listen to this, and they found out and realized that the Greenlandic language is very understandable to be coming from Nain. I think that radio is a good thing to strengthen our language and to let others listen to what kind of dialect we have. Because today we are having our national radio, and we are listening in Greenlandic from morning to night. So that's why we like to say to you that do the same in your homeland.
Bueno.
Thank you. When we talk about languages, of course, it's important to say something about it. In our generation, in Greenland, we were looked at and what do you call it, with Danish eyes, though we were Greenlanders, and of course we were taught in Danish. But I agree. I think it was Duane saying that our language is our identity. And when it comes to my dialect, other languages and other dialects will not replace my own way of speaking and my mother tongue and my dialect. Last time we had a General Assembly, there was a recommendation from ICC. And there, last year we were debating the agreement that we had back in 2018 in Uqiaqvik. I think we should start up now. We should stop talking. We should start working about these things. And I think it's very important to say that it's very crucial that all participants are joining this workshop, because it's also important that we don't speak through technology, but meet as people. And I don't think that 2 hours will be enough to speak about these things. We maybe need 3 days to debate all these things. Thank you.
Aslak.
Hey, my name is Aslak Jensen. I'm always grateful for the
I learned myself different dialects in Greenlandic language. I would like to come with a suggestion. I am very bad to write. I have dyslexia, so I am not strong in writing, but I can speak. And I think that children and youth must be in center. If we should do and strengthen education and language teaching, we should rely on technology. We should rely on computers. We know that kids today learn English very, very fast because they have a lot of toys and games on the mobile and also in the social medias. So that's why kids are really being strong in English, but what about their own language? Thank you.
Aslak. Melba.
Ublukut, Ilulissat. Good day, everyone. I'm from Nunatsiavut. I sit on the Nunatsiavut Executive Council. I am sad that our Minister of Language, Culture and Tourism isn't here, because I know she has a great passion for Inuktitut and revitalizing it in Nunatsiavut. I've been enjoying hearing the conversation around the table and taking notes on things that people are reporting that are working in your region. I appreciate that, and I hope to relay that to her when I go home. I know that the Nunatsiavut government has this as a priority, as well as work at ITK as a priority as well. In my mind, trying to relate it to the conversation and the questions at the table, and what ICC could potentially do to help us, or to ensure that we receive the assistance to work on our language. Some of the issues that we have, or some barriers, are in relation to regulations federally. For instance, Transport Canada regulations prohibit people from taking people out onto land to do immersion camps, because you have to have certain regulations to operate vessels and insurances and stuff. So these present barriers for us. So if ICC is at tables and they can promote the Inuit knowledge and of the land and the sea, and be able to find ways to make things work for Inuit who may not be able to meet the regulations, but know the land and the sea and can take people off to do immersion sessions, that would be a good opportunity. The other thing I think that our minister would say is one of the biggest barriers is consistent and long-term funding for programming, because we don't have that, and it's a challenge because it's hard to find people to become interpreters, translators, or teachers if we have no funding to pay them. So I just wanted to add those comments. Nakomi.
Nakomi Milva. Now Sarah Alstig.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all the delegates this morning for the most wonderful intervenes. Again, one more time, we have been talking about very, very important things, and I'm very much moved, and I am so moved and really thankful that we are very frankly about everything we want to say. Let me say that I have joined quite a few ICC conferences, and I think that today we have been touching our own hearts and soul. And also, I think that it was very important we gave this time this morning to talk about our language and the importance of our language to our integrity as Inuit. Let me remind you about the Global Task Force. Our representative is Siksik Lavali, and Aluki Guchak has been our representative before. But now Aluki is our member at United Nations Permanent Forum, and she's there right now. And we are so thankful that she can sit there on our behalf. And now we have Sixi that is replacing her. It is so good that we have very strong representatives, and I'm so proud of you guys. And that you work together with Sami Council. I'm sure that this will be great. This morning we talked about our children, and we talked about how important it is that we teach our children from childhood, and also giving them the value of being Inuk, integrity as an Inuk, giving them the good foundation to grow as a spiritual, strong Inuit, that we want to be united in that. I hear that very clearly on this floor. And I personally myself, I look what I do to my children. My mother is Dane, and she has been working very hard to speak Greenlandic. And she has been really, really working very hard that my first language is to be Greenlandic. So even though that I started, when I was to start school, I was to be put in a Danish class, but my parents opposed and said that I should be in a Greenlandic-speaking school. And that's because my parents fought for me. They fought for my right to speak Greenlandic already from school. So I started in a Greenlandic class. I got a good foundation on my language on that. And this shows me how important it is that what my parents do for me. And it is so important that we have a school that understands our urges. So when we talk of International Decade for Indigenous Languages, I think it is very important that ICC should recommend that all parents, encourage all parents, not only Inuit, but also all indigenous people, that they should be very much aware and support their children's ability and opportunity to learn their own language, be taught in their own language, because our language is very much how we are being seen and looked at, and how we want to be recognized lies very much on how we use our language. So when we're talking of languages around our circumpolar region, it is so important also what obstacles and challenges we are facing among ourselves when we speak Inuit or not speak Inuit. It is always very easy to see that there are 6,700 languages around the world. Indigenous languages are more than approximately 4,000 languages, but they are a language that is disappearing very fast. It is being considered that they will be disappearing within this millennium. That's why we are fighting. That's why this fight should have a root in this floor. Our value as people, our philosophy as people, and the challenges that we have been put upon us by colonizers and the effects it has. And unfortunately, as we can hear, that still we experience that Inuit to another Inuit are talking down to each other because they don't speak Inuit. And I'm so thankful that things are being mentioned frankly. We have to talk about the obstacles that we create for ourselves too. In 2018, as we had the General Assembly, I would like to rephrase what I said. And it has something to do with this again. It has an interconnectedness. Back then when I spoke, I said, you cannot be a half Inuk, half white. You can't be that. We are all whole Inuit. We are whole people. So I would like to re-emphasize, there's no such thing as being a half Inuk. We are all Inuit, and we have to support each other as united and holistic approach as Inuit. That's our work. Thank you so much for the wonderful debate that is very fruitful. Thank you all.
Card up. However, we've run out of time, so I would like to invite Hjalmar Dar to close the workshop for us.
I would like to, especially for this wonderful debate this morning that is very fruitful and full of content and very moving debate and dialogue we had this morning. And this is what I experienced. Thank you so much. And I think that it is fantastic things that are being raised. And amazing stuff is being raised. And it's true. Every one of you, what you said, are true. And also, I'm so happy to hear that we are expressing what we have inside of us. Before I'm closing for now, I would like to inform you that in 2018 GA, and we have been asked that we should be creating an Inuit educational summit, and we did. We held an educational summit with participants from all Inuit lands, including Chukotka. The conclusion and outcome document from this Inuit Education Summit is contributed to all of you. And you can read all the recommendations from then, and you can see what priorities have been raised on that summit. And the result and consequence from that is that the teaching and educational committee has been created to enhance and strengthen the Inuit education level. And participants from Greenland, Canada, Alaska, and Chukotka had 2 representatives each to the summit. As we were about to start our work, and it was so nice to start together, and then pandemic started, and then also the funding and staff problems suddenly occurred as obstacles, and we had to stop the work. So I would like to recommend that when we had the virtual conference last year, and according to the declaration number 18 and 19, please have a look at it. And because there we have a conclusion saying that education collaboration has to continue. And that ICC offices also have to ensure that they have a representative to this work. With these words, I would like to thank you for this wonderful meeting this morning. Thank you from my heart, and it was really fruitful. And enjoy your lunch. Good night.
Hjalmar, Alaska is having a brief caucus in the corner.
Ariga. Qiyanak. Unukralo utak. Good afternoon. Uvunga atiga kasangnaluk, Ibn Charmi. I am Marie Green. My Inupiaq name is Kasangnaluk, and I was born and raised in Deering, Alaska. Never had to leave home until I had to go to high school. And those were difficult years, going to a new place so I can really understand what was shared, especially with our Inupiaq, our language, our Inuit language. First, I just wanted to acknowledge and thank each one of you as delegates for taking the time to join us here. We've received wonderful hospitality from the moment we got off the plane after we landed here. There were two gentlemen waiting for us, and just really appreciate the hospitality. And of course, the food. A number of us were saying, now our stomachs are okay. We had muktak. So we can last for a few more days. So thank you very much for sharing our Nikabak, native foods. I also want to take the time, and I'm seeing our Alaska delegates are just coming back. We caucused right after, and that's why some of them are still trying to get lunch. But I want to acknowledge each one of you for the confidence you have in us on the Executive Council. I especially wanted to acknowledge the Alaska delegates for their confidence and trust, encouragement to Nicole and I. We both feel it's a privilege to be in front of you this afternoon, but also to be serving on your behalf. So, qiyanak for this privilege. It is an honor to stand before you this afternoon as we gather to engage in a crucial conversation on vital connection between hunting, food security, and the resilience of the Arctic indigenous peoples. This discussion holds tremendous significance as it addresses the unique challenges and opportunities faced by communities who have relied and continue to rely on hunting, fishing, and gathering as our Inuit way of life. For countless generations, it has been a top priority for Alaska ICC for many years. Today, we are privileged to engage in a dialogue that brings forth the voices, experiences, aspirations of each one of us as Inuit. This discussion aims to illuminate the challenges faced in preserving our Inuit values and our traditions, securing food sovereignty, and confronting the complex of the socioeconomic, environmental, and political factors that impact food security in the Arctic region. In the spirit of unity and mutual understanding, let us continue to embrace the diversity of perspectives and Indigenous knowledge represented in this gathering. And we experienced it this morning and yesterday, as each one of you shared as the delegates for this conference, this gathering. May this conversation serve as a catalyst of life-changing actions. And again, we heard some of you share, it's time for action. And believe me, I've heard it the same on the Executive Council, serving on my first year with Sarah as our chair and the rest of the members. We are so very grateful to have this delegates meeting so we could get your input, hear from you, confirm what's already stated in the declaration. So qiyanak for taking the time. And we want to continue to foster collaboration and amplify the voices of the Inuit by shaping policies, practices, and research initiatives that honor our unique relationship with our land and our wildlife. For this workshop this afternoon, as a hunting and food security, We had agreed that we would limit and make our comments brief so that we can take care of our portion that we've agreed to be responsible for this afternoon, so that we can allow you to have as much time with the comments you have made, just like in the previous workshops, and that's our intent for this afternoon. So we look forward to hearing from each one of you. And I really want to express appreciation to the team. We had Canada and Alaska come together to put this workshop together, and really want to thank Adami for agreeing to facilitate. If you can come up to the podium, we'll get started. Kayanak.
Hang on, we're going for a ride.
Thank you for inviting us.
It's not my fault. Just kidding. I'm very honored to be here to speak to you and facilitate this discussion. My name is Adami Dulilalaku. I'm the Executive Vice President for Makivik Corporation. I am in charge of the Department of Environment, Wildlife, and Research. I first started with Makivik 12 years ago and was elected in 2014. So it has been a very fast 12 years of my life where I have learned to meet new people, meet extraordinary people and leadership from all over the Circumpolar. And I'm very, very pleased to be here today with you to discuss one of my very favorite topics is wildlife and food security. This topic is one of the biggest core values of Inuit culture and values. It is at the center of our lives. We would not be here if it was not for this. And we learn from our ancestors, and we learn from the people that were there before us. They've paved the way through the animals they caught and the food they brought to, I say the cardboard because we eat on cardboard when we're having country food. But I wanted to thank everybody for choosing me to be the facilitator for this, so thank you very much, ICC Alaska. And you know, food security is at the center of our values, and as a family, it is the first thing that we offer when somebody walks into our door. We try to shove food down their throats. So you say, hey, did you eat here? Have some tea, have some bannock or whatever. So it is very important when we are going through hard times, when we are going through grieving, when we're happy, when we're going through any emotion, food is our remedy. It is what we go to ensure that everyone is back within the community and within a family. We're all family when we're at a table, and I hope everybody had a good lunch. I hope you don't fall asleep from all the good food that we've been having. And I want to thank the harvesters, the hunters, and the fishermen that provided for all the meals we've been having. The unity that brings all of this together is at the center of our culture, and ensuring that hunting and food security are at the core of our priorities is the discussion we will have this afternoon. You will have the opportunity to speak and to ensure that your voices are heard. This core value of ICC is to commit and ensure that the advocacy and guaranteeing that Inuit access, use, ownership, control, management across our lands and waters to perpetuate our way of life and the sustainable harvest of those resources that we depend on for nutritional and cultural survival while safeguarding Arctic ecosystems and ensuring our food security. Wow, that's a big big sentence. It's a mouthful, but it's very important because it has a lot of core elements. For Inuit food sovereignty, it is critical for our existence. An Alaskan hunter put forward a recommendation, and his quote is as it's written here: "As long as there is an ocean, we're going to hunt sea mammals because we know how, we know the migrations, and we know where we can get them. We know where they have their young. That is all indigenous knowledge that was passed on to us." And that's what's so important about sustainability. When we go out harvesting, fishing, and hunting, is to pass on the knowledge to our future generations. Earlier we were talking about language, and it all ties into this: the food, the naming of parts, the naming of parts of an animal. And as long as we're ensuring sharing these words and these stories and these traditional values, right now I see the two avataks on the hayak, and once you put words and stories and language into those avatak are going to safeguard our language, and they're going to preserve our culture. So that is passing on the knowledge to our future generations and ensuring that our language and our culture stays afloat. We must celebrate the invaluable knowledge and contribution of our hunters and fishers. Our traditional foods are core to our identity and culture. Our adaptive and holistic management practices have sustained us for our homelands for thousands of years. Indigenous knowledge must be included in all global biodiversity discussions to protect our food security and advance our food sovereignty for future generations. We must continue to push Indigenous knowledge forward throughout international forums. I have been very fortunate to be part of very different international venues. The Convention on Biodiversity is one of them. I've attended several conventions. I've also been to CITES, where we managed to not uplist polar bear to Appendix 1. It was a very big win for us, especially in Canada. And also there are other big international arenas like the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Management and many others. I also partake in NAMCO, where it is very important that we advocate and we showcase Indigenous input into these entities that go on without us and without Indigenous and Inuit knowledge. It is very important that we advocate and we put forward our knowledge at these international forums. Securing Inuit control over our hunting and food security is key to protecting our traditional foods, homelands, and our culture. Without food sovereignty, we cannot have food security. So it's very, very important within all our jurisdictions that we ensure that our sovereignty is at the forefront, because it all ties into our culture and our food, and ensuring that we're protecting all of these core values. The status on hunting and food security: ICC is committed to our continued engagement in the Coalition of Indigenous Peoples Food Systems that emerged from the UN Food Systems Summit. We continue to advocate for guaranteed Inuit access, use, ownership, control, and management across our lands and waters, including the IMO, the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreements implementation, CITES, and many more. We're also reconfirming the Circumpolar Inuit Wildlife Committee members, which includes 2 members of each country, and we recognize the importance of building up circumpolar Inuit wildlife networks. So a lot of these comments are from an ICC standpoint. From a regional standpoint, I I am very involved in wildlife boards and regional interjurisdictional wildlife committees. I also sit on the Hunting, Fishing, Trapping Coordinating Committee specific to the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement, and also our offshore agreement has the Nunavik Marine Regional Wildlife Board. These institutions were created from treaties and have provisions where they ensure food security, harvesting rights for Inuit. The problem we have is when government do not follow these treaties or these agreements, and that's where we've had to go to court and go up against government because they have been breaching these agreements. I have had the opportunity to have successful court cases. On the onset, we may have lost the court case, but we have won in Court of Appeals on caribou files, polar bear files, and also against development on seismic testing at the Supreme Court. So all of these issues are at the core center of food security and ensuring that Inuit have hunting and fishing rights that are respected. We may not always agree with governments, and that's where we have big bad lawyers, I always say, to ensure that we are implementing and ensuring that Inuit rights are being respected. So we're going to open the floor to discussions and comments. The questions that we have for this afternoon are, what is the status of hunting and food security across Inuit Nunangat? What are the current threats or potential impacts on hunting and food security? What are we already doing to protect Inuit hunting rights, food security, and food sovereignty? What has worked? What has not? What can ICC do to support efforts? What international forums do Inuit need to be heard, and where should ICC prioritize advocacy engagement? What kind of deliverables, policy papers, or developed strategies could be useful in implementing these actions? So I've already named a few that us as a regional organization, we have been really pushing. CITES is one big convention on international trade of endangered species, and NAMCO, North Atlantic Marine Mammal Commission. Also the UN climate change COPs, we have been going to those conventions and ensuring that we are heard as Indigenous and Inuit people at these international forums. There's also a topic that I feel is a bit taboo. We are being restricted by government policies and quota systems, which is changing our culture, our values. Right now we are seeing hunters coming in at night so that they are not seen by wildlife wardens or conservation officers and not sharing their catch anymore. It was the highlight of a community when the hunters came in with their catch and everybody got a piece of the meat or the mattak or what was harvested. This has changed our core values, our cultural values of sharing and the core essence of being a community. So I feel that we are facing very different times right now, and also another topic is hunting and fishing is becoming extremely expensive. It is very, very hard to put food on the table and to bring country food back to our communities. So there's a lot of debate whether harvesters should be selling their catch or not. Because our core value as Inuit was to share without needing compensation. I know that each region has different mechanisms to ensure that there are commercial harvesting, but not every region is at the same level. So I wanted to spark a little bit of that discussion. Please share your core issues or what you feel should be brought up at this forum, and making sure that, we all are here under ICC umbrella, so what else can ICC do to advocate for Inuit across the Arctic? Thank you. So the floor is open for comments, questions. Okay, Crawford.
Just want to share a few words about hunting and food security, and from what I'm involved in. So as a whaling captain, which was passed down several generations, the roles and responsibilities, the role and responsibilities of the whaling captain of old to provide leadership, sustenance within his family, his community, his region. These are part of our culture and heritage. The bowhead whale is the center of our culture in northern Alaska. We celebrate all year round around the bowhead whale hunt. And what makes it different is the fact that no one person can go after a bowhead whale. It takes not only one crew, it takes several crews. Once a whale is harvested, the whole community comes in. It really brings everyone together. And it emphasizes the need to work together. We've taken that principle of hunting the bowhead whale into our government, our businesses, in pretty much everything that we do. Some of the threats that we've had to address over time, and I mentioned a couple of them during the talks yesterday, and what we had talked about yesterday is so it's totally tied to the hunting and food security. The moratorium on bowhead whaling that happened in 1977 was a result of environmentalists, extreme environmentalists and extreme animal rights groups, which really tried to stop us from whaling. There was concern about the amount of struck and lost whales at the time, but they totally underestimated the population of the bowhead whale. They were saying that there was down to 1,000 whales when we were still seeing thousands of whales. They didn't realize, and they wouldn't accept traditional knowledge. But it was through the formation of the North Slope Borough, which was able to provide that funding. And it goes back to a strong regional home rule government being able to provide that funding. Once we were able to incorporate the North Slope Borough, that gave us taxation powers and a revenue stream. We were able to start funding those things that were very important to all of us, which is the hunting and protecting the environment, protecting the animals that we hunt, and trying to strike that right balance between our culture and economic development. It's also tied to the land claims fight. When you really look at the amount of land that we were settled with, we only got like 10% of the land that we had claimed. But through the North Slope Borough, we were able to exercise those powers under the North Slope Borough Charter, which gave us vast powers, but our hunting regulations are a real mix. We have federal land, state land, and they administer their policies different. And so we've had a mix of federal management within our region for like the caribou, And then the state took it over for several years, and under state law, it didn't give no preference to native hunters. And so under ANILCA, that was the compromise that gave preference for rural communities and not a native community. But that's part of the challenge that we've faced in Alaska over time. You heard of the Duck Inn of 1961, where under the bilateral agreement between Canada, United States, and Mexico, they started trying to criminalize the local hunters. And we had what we call the Duck Inn, when they started to try to arrest one guy trying to feed his family, hunting ducks, and they were saying, "You're out of season." It was Etuk Edwardson who led that charge and made sure there was a sled load of ducks that every man, woman, and child can grab in their hand. And everybody walked over to the courthouse and saying, "You're going to arrest one, you're going to arrest us all." And so they had to change that. And so it's these bilateral agreements or international agreements that really start to undermine our rights. And we've had to go through that process on several fronts, whether it was the ducks, whether it was the whales, whether it was the caribou. Some of the laws, rules, and regulations that have been implemented to today, one of them is like critical habitat, right? And my big concern over something like that is, they're trying to protect a species like the polar bear, but they go way overboard. And it was that polar bear treaty that, again, the United States had with Canada and then with Russia. They were trying to unilaterally change the boundary lines, put in a quota without even consulting with us. So we had to go to DC, all hands on deck, to really address that and to make sure that our hunting rights for the polar bear is not infringed upon. And so there's a lot of other issues that we've had to deal with, but it's been trying to find the right balance in all of it. And the international forums, like I mentioned earlier, we attend the International Whaling Commission. We're represented by the United States. We represent 11 whaling communities in Alaska, from Kaktovik down to Savunga. And within those meetings, you have a representative from Greenland, which is represented through the Danish government and through the EU, right? And so during that last 2018 effort to increase our quota and put in a provision where we had automatic renewal, there was a big effort there where we had to, again, lobby our government, our Alaska congressional delegation, whoever we can, all the agencies, all the way to the president, to ask for help, to help represent us in the International Whaling Commission to get that automatic renewal, which to some degree it's half automatic. We got half of what we got, but that was the struggle. And we're getting ready now for another IWC meeting in 2026, where we're going to try to fix that language, ask for another schedule amendment, and go through that whole process again. But that's part of what we've had to navigate through over time, and I guess the struggles that we've had, we've learned from, and because of our laws are so different in the United States, it's a struggle. When I say trying to find the right balance, hunting and our economic development goes hand in hand, and we no longer use dogs. We paddle our traditional skin boats when we're out on the edge of the ice, when we're hunting the whales, but we have a motorboat. We need gas, oil, and with the discovery of the biggest oil in our backyard in '68, that's what really changed our lives, going from living in third world conditions to being able to tax the oil industry, the infrastructure, to build our basic infrastructure within our communities. And that has enhanced our hunting abilities, our ability to go out and harvest the bowhead whale and whatnot. So I guess I'm trying to be mindful of time, but thank you for giving me the time to share.
Crawford.
Thank you very much, Crawford.
Casper Larson.
Next, Casper. Casper Larson.
No. Now it's okay. Can you hear me? Good. I want to tell you about my childhood. It's 60 years ago I was a child. When I became conscious, I was living in a little settlement with 70 inhabitants, and at that time, hunting was the only way to provide yourself, and it was also hunting from kayak. So they just hunted whatever they could get, like catch small seals and other animals. We have to say that money is the big ruler of the world today. If you don't have any money, you cannot do anything. Of course, I could eat here free. I can eat medtek, and it's good for me and for all of us to eat Inuit or Galaliminuk. But when it comes to hunting animals, we have to use them fully and better than we do today. And we know still today, we know that in Alaska they deliver it to old people living in the settlement. But in my childhood, or when I was young, I started to hunt, of course. And we didn't eat anything else but what we could hunt and the catch. So we have everyday good experiences of that. So if you don't have today, if you don't have any money, you cannot get access to Galaliminuk or to country food or the food we can provide here, because you have to buy it. And we know that there are so many hunting animals in the Arctic, but there are so many limited and restrictions on these hunting animals. So, of course, we need more animals to hunt. We need it. So the deciding makers must think about that. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Casper. Roy Aston Felter.
Thank you. Roy Ashenfelter from Bering Straits region, or Nome area. This is the subject that I'm really feel in my element. Obviously, I don't speak well in my language, but I am a hunter and fisher. That I really appreciate the opportunity to comment about that. As Crawford pointed out, there are many issues and different organizations that we have to participate in to make sure that we have access to our resources. There's state management of game, federal management of game, state management of fisheries, and federal management of fisheries. Part of my career at COARC was to participate in all the different functions that affect our lives and the people that we're trying to serve. And that to me, I really enjoyed that. You had to work with the management to try to encourage a share for your people. And it's different in different parts of Alaska. The needs are different. The access to the resources are different. So what you're trying to do is make sure that what you understand, what you feel, is important to make sure that our people have access to the resources that we're concerned about in what we call Bering Straits region. It's a little bit different in Nana, a little bit different in Arctic Slope, and different than the Yukon area. I did want to speak just a little bit about the management practices that we live in. I also want to speak about the Nanut. There's a Nanut organization that is an agreement between Alaska and Russia on the polar bear. What's important about that is the declaration tries to provide an opportunity for the Inuit and the Chukotkin to share in this resource. What Crawford spoke to and what we all understand is the conservation organizations that are well-funded, well-organized, and use the polar bear in their pictures to garner support worldwide because the polar bear is on ice and is melting away. Those are huge challenges to overcome. The one thing that I learned is that in our work with the Chukotkins and the Russian scientists and the United States scientists is the effort to try to quantify the polar bear that exists between Alaska and Russia. When the treaty came out, the shared take was 45. And then through research, through an effort to count the polar bear, the last census showed a significant increase in polar bear. So the allowed take between so the science and the work and the people that we all understand made a difference. Now, that doesn't change the conservation's view on protecting what they feel anytime they need resources or finances. They go back to the picture of the polar bear on an ice and it's drifting away, and they get these resources that make it really challenging for us to preserve our culture. So I just wanted to, I have a lot more on my plate, but I just wanted to share with you that the challenges in Alaska is unique to Alaskan, but we also have access to these marine resources, and we try our best to make sure that we have different people adept at the different management regimes that I spoke to, and do our best to make sure that the resources that we would like have access to is sustained. So thank you.
Aina kun me magalo Roy, naina ya mai hatau tsipiu alega ya na matuki moktisi.
Please make it short so that I'll be a good facilitator. Thank you. Next.
In Sharp, Canada.
Painimi. Jerry Sharp is my name. I am the president for Paututik Inuit Women of Canada, and I'm going to address some of my speaking points first. When it comes to hunting and gathering and how it impacts the Inuit Women of Canada. Please bear in mind, Paututik represents all Inuit women within Canada rather than the regions. So I do not speak from one specific region. I speak Canada in general. With climate change and mining activities, they affect the quality of life for Inuit women and their families. This often creates the conditions for high-risk pregnancies, reinforced by the lack of adequate access and availability of quality food. Due to the climate change, hunters and gatherers need to go further in increasingly unpredictable and dangerous conditions and changing wildlife migration patterns. There is also the need for increased support and training, ice data, and resource funding for hunting equipment. Therefore, Inuit women and their families need access to supports that are specific to country food and harvesters. The lack of access to country foods is a human rights issue. The consequences extend into other realms of social, mental, and cultural well-being. It is necessary to apply an Inuit-specific gendered lens to assure that funding is targeted to support the key roles of Inuit women in hunting, harvesting, country food preparation within the hunters' support programs, which we see in the regions. The roles of Inuit women within country food preparation, feeding families, and using raw materials such as sealskin has been heavily affected due to the international European ban on sealskin products. The ability of Inuit women to produce arts and crafts has a direct impact on their ability to feed families. This also impacts into urban areas outside of Inuit Nunangan. And when I say that, bear in mind that the majority of Inuit Nunangan, in particular the Northwest Territories and Nunavut, still need to send pregnant women outside of their communities to deliver babies for up to 4 weeks at a time without access to country foods. We heard hunters talk about having to sell country food. That does not get to Yellowknife where I am, and that's where all of the Kitikmeot region comes to Yellowknife for travel. Some from the IRC region comes down to Yellowknife, or they go on to Edmonton. Thankfully, we have in Yellowknife specifically an active Inuit association who has a lot of contacts to get country food, who willingly distribute it to Inuit families within Yellowknife. When we talk about the materials that we use, this part is very close to my heart because I am also an artist. I do a lot of sewing. So when it comes to this pair of earrings that is sealskin, beaded, back and silver, I have my price for this that I set for these. But there are women who need money, and if I ask $60 for this, they're going to sell it for $20 because they need the money. So this is something I feel that the ICC can help with, is when an artist asks for a dollar value, that be respected. Now, that also extends to things like these slippers with moose hide, smoked moose hide and beaded and beaver. These in Yellowknife sell for $600, $800. But the artists, when they need money, they'll sell that for $200. They need to be given what they've asked for. Can I see your seal? Your seal? If an artist asks for $400 for this, are you going to say, will you take $325? We need to stop doing that. I've seen artists down in Ottawa where they're making sealskin flowers that they sell for $20, and people will buy those for $20 and go online and sell them for $200. So this is something I feel where ICC can directly impact and help Inuit women in their arts and crafts when it comes to the selling of their product and teaching people to respect what they're being asked to pay and to assist Inuit women in selling our products on the international level. Koinami.
Nakomik Jerry. Tikitamiyuk Aslak Jensen, Greenland.
Thank you. My name is Aslak Jensen, as you already know. I grew up in a tiny little small settlement. And we were going out, I was asked to go out on a little dinghy just with oars when I was a kid. And we were to go out and gather food that is from our country. I caught an adarnak, a halibut. It was not very big, but I remember exactly that it was cooked and it enjoyed so much joy in the settlement. And even the settlement shared that fish I caught in celebration of me catching my first fish. I remember when I was in East Greenland, I was 12 years old. I was out there in the silent area, and I was on a polar bear hunting. And when I saw the first polar bear, I noticed that if I was the first one to see and spot a polar bear, I had to shoot it. So many experiences were great. And I feel like that I am living in the most challenging time of my life now. Within the last 50 years now, sometimes I even feel that I am to be eliminated in my own country. It is very, very hard to experience these times. The pressure from outside is enormous, and animal protective organizations are so strong, and they are even making it very hard for me as an Inuk to live and maintain my living as a hunter in Greenland. I know that we have a lot of game. I know we have a lot of animals. Even that I'm experiencing that sometimes there's certain game that I'm not even allowed to hunt anymore. Game that I was hunting when I was a kid. I love hunting. It's my life. I love what Alaska says. They're saying that everything they're bringing to shore, it's being shared among the population. I do that also when I come with a game into my community. We shared with others. That's the tradition I grew up with. But due to changes in the society, and because we started to use more motorized vehicles, we start to have more expenditures in our everyday life. Life changed. Our whaling systems changed. Our hunting traditions changed. Now they require, according to RWC, that we should have a certain tools and hunting tools on how we should hunt our whales. And even though that these are the things that were not taught to me as a kid and an adolescent, enormous changes have happened to me. I have experienced that as a hunter here in this country. And I've also noticed that hunting is no longer just hunting. I have to sell the game I catch. I have to sell the meat I bring in, the fish I bring in, because I also have bills to pay. So I got out of school already after grade 7. I couldn't read, I couldn't write. But I was good in one thing, and I knew that, and that's hunting. I started to attend different kinds of organizations, and I started to be more politically aware, and I became more engaged in different kinds of organizations because I have spoken to the elders when I was little, because I have been taught by our elders that are carrying on the traditions from our ancestors that were brought to us. That's how I'm brought. I see that you also are brought up like that. So today in my life, if I look back, I'm a grandpa. I have 2 grandchildren, and I have 5 children. I don't want to say that I'm not just a hunter, I'm not just a fisherman. I am a great hunter, and I'm a great fisherman because I show a lot of pride in my profession. The reasons why that I want to attend the ICC is because I want to work towards the enhancement of the rights of Inuit. Sometimes I have questioned ICC saying, why is ICC actually there? ICC is watching all these restrictions that we're experiencing in our everyday life here. So at some point, I was even feeling like that I'm drained for energy. But now I say it is so important that you hang in. You hang in and try to make sure that you can be the change yourself. And even though that you're working with the different kinds of organizations, though. Hunting. I'm not very good in remembering the names, but they have told me that they have been experiencing very hard pressure from outside, from different kinds of animal protection organizations around the world that are very well funded, are delivering and sharing really, really wrong information to the society and letting them know that the animal and the game is disappearing. But let me ask you, is there any game that we ever have killed, made instinct? We fight for the right for our rights for hunting. We going out to get meat for us Niqippiaq to eat. We are not doing it to destroy all the living out there. We are doing it with respect to the environment. We are doing it with respect for the game. Today, we even see that the quota that is being given to us is getting less and less and less. Even if I get out of my own community, I can just scoop up the fish from the water. In 1990s, I call them the four-legged wonderful animals, that's reindeer. They have always been very important in our life. But then the Qallunar that came from outside, the biologists were saying that there are no longer any of them. You should stop hunting them because they are about to be extinct. What sort of conditions are that? They were not even there to ask us, are there any Duttu left? And but the politicians accepted it and said, yeah, they were very fast. And I said, our politicians banned all reindeer hunting. They gave us no access to gather and no access to rights to practice our rights to catch reindeer. And I think that this created a huge fight in me. Let me point out that, let me say that when we talk of sustainable development and sustainability, I noticed that we understand it differently. When I started to talk about reindeer and talking of reindeer to be extinct here in this country, I want to find this biologist that said that, and I found him. And when I met this person first time, and I don't want to say anything about our dialogue because it was very, very tough. It was a very tough one. But I handed out my hand, and I told him, the animals in my country, if you want to watch them, and if you want to see them, how many animals we have, I am your partner. I don't know how you are educated as a scientist, but let me tell you, I'm raised in this country, and I've been raised to see my environment. And this knowledge, the traditional knowledge I have from my ancestors, they have taught me where the animals migrate. And if you want to know anything about it, you come to me, and I'll show you how to do it, and don't come and do any counting on my country. He accepted it. He accepted it, and then partnership created. Reindeer was open. I was working very hard for reindeer hunting again because the meat of reindeer is very, very important to us, so to speak, for this animal has great importance to us. When I got on board the aircraft of helicopter to count the reindeer, because he's a scientist. The first day I didn't say anything, but I was with him on the helicopter for animal counting. At the end of the day, and I said to him, I no longer are wondering why you're saying that there are no more reindeer in our country. I hope that next time we leave again with our helicopter, I show you. Let me be the captain. I'll show you where the reindeer are. So next time as we left, I was not using the navigation, but I was reading the mountains. I was reading the Inuksuk, And I was thinking of the knowledge that has been passed on to me from my ancestors. And I said to the pilot, go this way, go this way, go this way. And it's not a lie when I say, after 8 days of helicopter flying, we saw more than 4,800 reindeer, only on the first day. You see, the scientific approach and the data that the scientists are using and using it as a foundation to make a decision and politically are only taking it from the scientists, but they're not taking any knowledge from the hunter and the fisherman's traditional knowledge is not being brought to them for them to take as a part of the decision. And their opinion and decisions are even thrown down on a garbage saying, you are not educated, your opinion doesn't matter. So that's a problem. That is the problem. I'm talking way too much, but this is our reality. This is reality. We lack balance. The balance between the knowledges is not present. That's a problem. That's why I experience right now that the food that we can't live without are even banned today from hunting. I experienced that we used to hunt the different kinds of whales, and fin whale was also forbidden at some point. And I also remember that they opened it again for hunting. But then also we have seen, because they have been banned from hunting for so long time, from one generation, the young people no longer know that taste of this certain kind of whales, because they have been banned so long. And people don't like it. Because these are the bad consequences of this banning of our game traditions. And today, whether it's about the egg birds, it's the same thing. It's about the polar bear. It's about any game. And I think that ICC, I hopefully, really hope that ICC should be given the right tools. And I hope certainly that you will take our advice to you, that any banning or restriction of our animal and game in the Arctic Circumpolar region, if there's any hearing going on, be the strongest voice, be the strongest opponent to this work. That has to be achieved. My neighbor here, he is our chairman of the Hunters and Fishermen Association. He's a chair. I'm the vice president. I have so much to say, and I know he also has so much to say. We alone is not sufficient. But if we grow as such organization, if more and more organizations work together, we will win. We are the first people of this country. The people that come from outside and trying to give us a pressure should not at all times be the ones that are banning us from eating our rights to eat our own meats. I can speak for a very long time. Thank you so much for listening to me. I might say anything again later on. Let the hunter always be honored.
Nakomik aslak ipine hatigivagit atchurun.
Yes, I feel with you. We have the same struggles that we have. You're talking about the same struggles that we have. We all are struggling with those outsiders who are imposing on us, who have no knowledge of us. The scientists think they know, where the hunters know better than them. Therefore, I feel your.
So what I was saying was I feel you.
Now it, now it is working. Now it is working.
Okay, we're back on.
Sema. Tukusio lakonga. Lagasoko takonga asla ipine.
Then ba English?
Masakoy mani po nga. Tusasin na visi nga. Kadati sa tusak nakpisi. Tusavisi. Ang iritsi. Tusavisi. Ukwa ayok tsik kamik. Kisia tusasin na baka yung itumik. Ang nguto nga. Tusasin na visi nga. Tusasin na visi nga.
Hello.
Tusasin na visi nga.
Hello, hello.
Tusasin na visi nga. Una na ayok tsitok. Yeah.
Okay, I am asked to.
We need sound.
Go ahead.
We're going to take a 5-minute technical break, but before we do that, we have troubles with the water supply, so we're not able to flush the toilets. But if you really want to do that, you can go up to the school where and we are expecting this for an hour and a half. So, sorry. We have trouble with the water supply, with the pipes, so we're not able to flush the toilets. If you really want to go, you can go up to the school. Yes.
Ilane ang ito mai hoppin yapivut pikayang emat. Ang utaw yung fertilize yatta kun nakarwakta kanto apimut. Pigekkan isimmigatta nipatjumin ang magitsi. Kausisiyagut tikitam mayok Dwayne Ariga Smith.
Dwayne Ariga Smith is the next speaker.
Language, Koyanak. No, if you don't know, Koyanak in his dialect means forget about it. Thank you. I will try to be brief. I really can't reiterate enough some of the comments that were said around the table. Sorry, my name is Negasak, or my dad's name was Anasaluk. He came from Unuklit, but he heard about beautiful women in the Mackenzie Delta. I want to reiterate what some of the comments are in regards to the importance of us being very strong, Inuit being very strong on this issue, because the Arctic is opening up. We're seeing more and more others coming in and expressing interests, and that's going to include and impact our rights when it comes to us as being an Indigenous people, but also our rights when it comes to harvesting. As an example, the Canadian government pulled a moor out of the Beaufort Sea just offshore of our region that was Chinese, that was monitoring activities in our area. I also want to stress that we all consider this, what I'm going to suggest, when we use or emphasize or stress the terminology of knowledge, we say Inuit knowledge moving forward, not traditional knowledge, because we're also seeing science and others trying to say traditional and local knowledge. They're trying to get others into that and dilute Indigenous knowledge. You know, that's very crucial. We see that all the time with academia and others trying to water down, you know, and that's why we need to push back and say it's Inuit knowledge we're referring to here, because you're showing a lack of respect to us as a people when you just try to say traditional or local knowledge. I'll try to point out a few things. We have a modern treaty within Canada. During the negotiations and when we met with the Alaskans, our leadership were told by the Alaskans, you know, when they negotiated their land claim, they told us, do not forget to negotiate your rights to wildlife, because the Alaskans took it for granted at that time. And you've heard Crawford over and over again emphasize how they've had to go to court so many times to push back. So a very integral part of our treaty is a part of our rights when it comes to wildlife. We have exclusive rights to almost everything within our region and beyond. In some cases, we have preferential rights to harvesting. Some of the things that we've undertaken are recently under the Inuvik Regional Corporation, we've put together a food processing facility, a regional food processing facility to enhance our food sovereignty and security. So we get muskox at this end. To keep it in mind, my region is almost 1 million square kilometers, 2/3 of it is ocean. So this community has like 40,000 Omingmuk on the island. Over here we have a really healthy caribou population. The marine species, we gather it all together and we'll send that to the communities. As an example, Klavik, where my colleague here, Manny, comes from, we'll say you got 380 households. Periodically, we're going to send them 380 boxes of country food, and the same to the other communities. That's how we've enhanced it. And we work with our community organizations, our hunters and trappers committees. We also, for about over 25 years now, we've had what is called the Inuit Harvester Assistance Program, where beneficiaries can apply for sewing machines, outboard motors, snowmobiles, boats, and we'll finance them up to 75% of that piece of equipment to enhance that. We also run under Eveline's department, Beneficiary and Community Services. We run a lot of on-the-land programs that are focused on different age groups as well as families, and that's to enhance our relationship to the land, the culture, and to ensure that families that can't get out or young people don't have the means, then we'll give them the opportunity. Right now we're advertising to go to our whale camps if the kids can't get out. Those are just examples. Berry picking for elders, go out for tea. You know, they love being out there on the land. I also would be remiss if I did not point out, I've asked, again, my friend here, we call him Manny, but his name is Dean Airy from McClavick. He's the chair of our Inuit Game Council. So he has the authority under our final agreement to go anywhere in the world to represent our rights, wherever that they think that they need to go. So it's another tool, another process that I'm pointing out that we can collaborate with as Inuit. At times we used to go to the Whaling Commission, but they kept trying to dummy down our rights or totally squash them. So we've given up on that. We got our federal government to pull out of that. They're observers because of those things. On another thing, we, along with ourselves and the Inupiaq, we created the Inupiaq Inuvialuit Polar Bear Committee, the Inuvialuit Beluga Whale Committee. This is where Indigenous people ourselves, our groups, are reaching out to each other and creating these processes to strengthen our rights together. And this is what we should be looking at, because we're working through mechanisms that are foreign to us. You know, we've got IWC, you've got these other bodies that are trying to regulate certain species of animals, but then we're secondary to the issue. We should be coming back and say, we want to create a whaling committee here. We want to create this committee, that committee, in regards to strengthening our rights. You know, we're looked upon because our rights are very strong when it comes to wildlife, but then some of you have certain things that are stronger than what we have, and we should be supporting and sharing that information with each other because it makes us stronger. Adami, you wanted to know some things that are we see as affecting us, such as invasive species. You know, I just saw Alaska, somebody got a shark. That's not common as far as I know. A couple of years ago, Kugluktuk got a shark. That's right in the middle of the high Arctic. We've seen salmon. The population has increased. That's very foreign to us. Sure, we'll take the salmon. We still prefer the char because that's a part of our diet, and they're taking over the spawning areas. And of course, microplastics. You know, that's another issue. Under our treaty, we have a very strong process for conducting research that the federal government finances. So, you know, they all report to the Game Council. The priorities are set. You know, Herb wears another hat. I'm not going to steal his thunder, but he's also the chair of our Fisheries Joint Management Committee. You know, that has federal government representatives. It has Inuit or Inuvialuit representatives on that. You know, we created the co-management process back in the early 80s. The federal government used to tell us how they interpreted co-management. You cooperate, we'll manage. It's evolved since that time. It's 40 years next year of a modern treaty. We've been there. We've got sites over 1,000 years old of whaling. On occasion, like right now, we have communities that we take the initiative ourselves. I pointed out we've created marine protected areas because we saw the importance of that. We're not waiting for outsiders. Mani's community, Paulatuk, Uluhaktuk, all voluntarily reduce their harvest of char because they see the population is reducing. So they come up with their own mechanism to do that, and it works. So we have a very strong research program that's built within each community and within the region. As I pointed out to you yesterday, we've created our own research strategy. This is what the Inuit or the Inuvialuit priorities are when it comes to research. Don't come into our region and dictate to us. I think that ICC should be looking at that from Chukotka to East Greenland. What do we want to do in regards to documenting what we think the Inuit research strategy and priority should be when it comes to Inuit Nunat? I think that's an area that we could look at. What are the varying rights that each region has, and how can we support each other to elevate where each region might not have what we think their rights should be? We should have the highest standard right across Inuit Nunat when it comes to our rights, and be respected. We take, sometimes we fall into processes where you've heard the gentleman from Greenland pointing out it's others coming in and dictating to us. And that's why I started out saying the Arctic is opening. And others are going to push to say we have an interest there. And that just means a terminology that they're going to push their interests, which is going to reduce our rights. Keep that in mind. Other things that we see is the fluctuating populations, the climate change where vegetation is moving further north, etc. But I'll leave it at that, Adam. I just want to point it out, some of the things you wanted to see that are affecting and impeding us. But it's foreign regulatory processes are probably the biggest thing that we have to continue to fight, and the ignorance of our respective governments when it comes to the treaties that they signed on to. We occasionally sit with our Prime Minister and we remind him it's your treaty as well as it is mine, and you have an obligation to implement it just as much as we do.
There's still a few people who want to speak, so before that, I heard Asiva talking, and we too will pursue similar goals, and we are often impacted by those who think they know our lands and our wildlife better than we do, who live up here. However, I also remember that we can say, you can do good things by helping us. And I think part of the secret could be, let's try to work with them. If they have the right intentions and the right goals, we can find a way to agree to work toward the same goals. In over 45 years of observations, experiences, and Inuit cultural knowledge, we We have a nature of negotiating, relying on our traditional beliefs and values that dictate we have to be able to negotiate our circumstances. We can always be open to that with caution that our people's needs and wants must prevail when it regards wildlife. And I just wanted to reiterate that we have to be strong in our stance. There's lots of you who want to speak, so we will try to keep them very brief to include everyone. So please keep that in mind. Bertelsen.
I agree a lot when it comes to whaling. I am I'm employed at a working place, and I'm a delegate to ICC. But when it comes to the structure in Greenland, it's different from the structure you have in Alaska and in Canada. Our management in Greenland, if you are doing a professional living on fishing, then you have a license to do it and to sell. And if it comes to minke whale hunting and fin whale hunting, that meat will be sold right away. And if you are employed, you have to go to the local market and pay for this meat you want. But it's not always that you can reach to buy some meat because it's sold right away and the customers buy it. Of course, it is crucial to us, and it's very, very important that we have enough meat and enough food. And we know that that food we have and we used to eat is just fitting our lives here in the Arctic. And there was a Canadian woman who said something I agreeing in. Our body needs that food. And if we don't get that food that fits us, we can be weak in spirit, not only in our body, but also in our psychological way of living. And we know if it is a very big struggle to get enough meat and food, it can affect, of course, your health, also your mental health. So I think we should do some more. We know that when fish prices are going up, the whale hunting will stop because all the fishers want to catch the fish that gives more income. And that's what we see. Every time prices are in a move up, hunters will stop hunting the whale and go and fish instead of. But we still need food. We still need meat from the whale. And I hope, of course, that we can get enough of supplies from these hunting animals.
Mayor Nicolas Jeremson, what
I apologize if I mispronounce your names. It's your turn now.
When we are thinking of Greenland and hunting and food security is of great importance to us in the political agenda, not only among the population, but also among the people ourselves. Our access to game and our access to hunting and our rights to hunting are the absolute foundation for our livelihood. And within the many years, we have always used kayak and dog sledging and dog mushing, and the dog and the kayak have been the ones that have given us the foundation to maintain life as Inuit in the Arctic, with the kullik and with the seal. We still are facing very important challenges in life for us to maintain our livelihood as Inuit. Greenland Hunters and Fishermen Association is KNAPK, and we have different kinds of branches along the coast all over in Greenland. So we are representing a very broad part of the population, and they're giving us a lot of work for us to solve on their behalf. So that's what we're doing as an organization in our everyday life. If you look at the kayak, you will notice that the scientists and many others that are seeing themselves as very well educated, they can't change the kayak because the kayak has been designed technically perfectly for hunting to be used in the Arctic. And our hunting tools that are on the kayak are made especially adapted to the Arctic society. So if you catch a seal, you harpoon it. And then, of course, you have the bladder that is swimming there. In this way, you ensure that you will have a guaranteed catch. So if they are flipping over, they will not be drowning because the clothes is already made this way that they will not even get wet. And they can always get up on the surface again. So they have highly developed their techniques in the Arctic. And a lot of people that are coming from outside are coming to Greenland. And in our waters, we notice that their fight and their hunting of our game have had great influences in our lives. They came for the blubber. They came for many things in our whalings. Aslak has already mentioned the consequences we are facing today, and banning our right to hunt, and almost instinct of a species because of other people from outside have overhunted our game. And we see that the balance of the biodiversity in the Arctic waters has been damaged in many ways. The bowhead is of great importance to the Inuit. That is no longer the knowledge we have in Greenland. And people that eat bowhead are no longer present. Now, today, when finally have the opportunity to catch bowhead whale, people don't know the taste anymore. So if you have a humpback whale, a lot of people are liking it more because they know the taste. And also for those that have the access to buy meat there, they have the opportunity to taste it. Like Aslak already mentioned, it is so important that the hunter that is catching the whale must be able to also maintain a sustainable living. He has to have a living and he has to sell his game. And if we have a quota, that's sufficient to everyone. We wouldn't have to sell our meat. That would ensure that there's meat security and food security to everyone, and everyone would have access to meat. And Greenland has undergone big challenges and big changes, whether it's seal, whether it's narwhal. And but also we always ensure that we eat everything and use everything of an animal, whether it is the seal skin or whether it's the intestines or your heart or the liver or anything. So using everything from an animal is of great importance to us as Inuit and will always be so. Thinking of narwhals, restrictions that are exaggerated in many ways have also influenced our lifestyle. And also on top of that, the waters are warming, and that results in more uncertain waters, and the ice is no longer solid in the winter, and our access to the ice is not the same as before anymore. So that means our sesset for narwhals are no longer the case. We don't see it anymore. So when the biologists are saying that talking of smaller whales, it is not true. When the scientists are saying that the small whales are being endangered, we have branches along the coastline, and these hunters, even though we don't go there to their regions, they all the time ensure that the material and information is forwarded to us, that we maintain a high level of information that is given to us from the hunters. Aslak has been very, very clear with this point, and especially for more southern area. Fishing and hunting and food security is of great importance to all of us, regardless where we are in Greenland. I will not come into that because he has already mentioned that. But let me point out polar bear, and if we point out the polar bear and the narwhal, let's look at the polar region of Greenland. And they have to travel very far to reach the polar bear land. And within the several years, the polar bear migration has changed. So that means the polar bear is even getting closer to towns in the western northern part of Greenland where they normally wouldn't come. So in this way, regardless how we look at the point and the agenda, when the scientists are saying that it's being endangered, it's not true. Their migration is changing. The same with the narwhal. Looking at the social media today, if you look at the Facebook and the social media, you see every day now that the hunters are documenting how many whales they are seeing out there. And the same is for Greenland, West Greenland. We know also how many whales there actually are because the hunters are documenting it through social media. We see the feeding grounds, and we see that the feeding grounds are changing. Let's an example say, let's say that it's the feeding grounds are in Ilulissat, in Sakak, or Asiat, or Qertas, or Attu. They know exactly these people. They know exactly when and what time and which month they can go and get the game. So talking of endangered species in our regions and talking of banning our right to hunt these games must not be compared to the animals in the countries where the scientists are coming from. We know we live in a country that is very vast and very enormous, and we are a very, very small population. Imagine that there's a huge town that gets only 20 narwhals to catch as a quota. That is ridiculous, and it's not ensuring food security. So let me point out again in ICC as my second time having a face-to-face meeting. Let me say this unitedness and mutual voice, you Alaskans, you Canadians, your way of working is so fantastic. I'm so inspired by you. If we as Inuit are to survive with the rights protected, if we are not together, we will be the losers of our own countries. We will be losers of our own circumpolar regions. We have to ensure that we are strong together. Look at the migrating birds. The migrating birds have always had an importance in our livelihood and our meat sources. Let me come up with an example. The scientists are taking it as a basis, information basis taken from Nuuk. And their scientists are not there, the reasons where the birds are. So very often the birds are arriving, the migrating birds are arriving to our regions, and they are banned from hunting. We only have to watch them. So, like the Alaskans say, you are fighting against the federal governments. Our opponents are our own government. When we are talking of food security, our opponents are our own government. So is it also with the fisheries. The knowledge of the fishermen, the knowledge of the hunters are not being seen as a valuable data and valuable asset. We have to ensure that this data is being considered as just as important information as the scientist data. And I think that the KNAPK is working very hard to ensure that that inshore fisheries that is within 3 nautical sea miles should be enlarged to 12 nautical sea miles. So the inshore fisheries are protected more and have nothing to do with the offshore fisheries. Let me point out one more thing. Get back to the whales. And because of the foreign whalers in former times that have been in our Greenland waters, they almost instinct the whale. It's not just the whale. It's also the seals, it's the walrus that also have undergone the same history. Even until the recent years, till I was young, approximately when I was an adolescent, when I was about 12, 13, 14 years old, a lot of people from outside were saying that it is our fault that the small baby seals were killed because of Inuit lifestyle. We were the ones that were paying the high price, and they changed and damaged the hunter's life, and the prices went down, and we couldn't sell our seal skin to abroad anymore. We are still fighting the consequences of this decision. If we are to maintain as Inuit, we are working hard. We constantly have to work hard, and we still will be working very hard. Unitedness is very important. Let's stay united and among the Inuit, fellow Inuit. Since 2021, on October 3rd, KNABK, when I became the chair of KNABK, the Hunters and Fishermen Association, we started to, not only as observers, started to attend meetings and with a strong voice as NGO. Because KNABK is an NGO. And also through our hard work, we could achieve a stronger voice. We could achieve to speak up in different international forums. And also in this way, we have noticed that the fellow Inuit that are attending the same fora are also supporting us in that matter. It matters a lot. So therefore, let me point out one more time, talking of food security, talking of fisheries, the fish that we can't live without, let us in a united way ensure that our food security has to be governed in a high-level manner that at all times secures our right to this game. The Inuit way of life, the Greenlanders, us who call ourselves Ganatlit, we are not strong enough ourselves. We politicians are believing guests work in our countries. They are the ones that are deciding how we should live or not. So this is an entanglement of wrong things. And I think it is so important that we use the right tools. Regardless, now we are experiencing storms, heavy storms and rains, and we are experiencing big environmental changes also. And the circumstances that the hunters are living under have also changed. You know also very well that the ice is retrieving, and it's retrieving really, really fast. And the surface of the water is more and more fresh water, and that means that it's freezing quicker than before than normal salt water. That means the areas that are in the sandbanks are very often form ice, and that results in many migrating birds dying. And talking of instinct of specific species and talking of diseases among the different species, let me say that it is very important that we are, of course, careful of our own animals. We know them. They are part of our life. And we can't live without our osok and our blubber and our skins. And let us have a mutual voice. And if we don't do that, we cannot reach much. We cannot work separately. We have to gather our strength together. As it's already mentioned, and I think that we are handing out our hand to talk with the Inuit, and we want to work together with you with a good dialect. Thank you.
Minä mitsi huigaluartunga huliunginnagatsi kaivallagu situinamillu pivihalaksuta pivilimaatigu nainaaeerunagutsi ammaluhaut saarellakannegutsi sikutsajammuigunnagatsi taisilu la takkunani sikutsajammuuelusi takkununga aisiisi muttunisigunnamigatsi.
There's no translation coming through.
Sukkuririva tusaajugutivut. Mary David, Alaska.
Thank you, everyone. Mary David from the Bering Straits region in Alaska. So we need our food, but we also need to ensure that the subsistence food that we consume is safe to do so. Over the years, in the northern Bering Sea and Chukchi Sea, they have been warming, and we have seen, due to the warming temperatures, harmful algal blooms. They have grown and impact our subsistence resources and are a concern for us. They are a concern to humans and to the wildlife that we rely upon for food security. Immediate concern is the saxitoxin, a paralytic toxin. This toxin is indiscriminate killer, poisoning seabirds, marine mammals, and humans. Now that is really scary to think about. Since 2018, surface blooms have been documented in the Bering Sea. Maybe they haven't occurred in your countries, and maybe this is a warning sign for all of you. Subsistence food sources could already be in jeopardy. In 2017, 39 walrus carcasses in good body condition were found on our Bering Straits beaches. 4 of these walruses were sampled for algal biotoxins, and all 4 tested positive. Just last year, we had a similar event of large algal bloom in our waters. Another concern is avian influenza. We get about 170 species of birds from around the planet that migrate to the Seward Peninsula. So avian influenza is another concern for our region and our people. Marine mammals and our birds are a cornerstone of food security. An outbreak of the virus in the region's marine mammals would destroy that foundation and risk infecting humans who eat and handle infected animals. What can we do? The earlier that we could monitor and test, I think the safer we would feel that the food resources we are consuming are indeed safe to eat. We are having to send samples miles away and wait for those lab results to return. So what is needed? We need Inuit-led research and research facilities. Testing labs are needed. We need to have local individuals have the capacity to gather that data, do the lab testing, and of course, share that information. So what can ICC do? You're able to bring us together to share this information, collaborate with one another, and coordinate, because like I had mentioned earlier, all of the marine life, wildlife, knows no boundaries and migrates through the Bering Strait. Thank you for the time and opportunity to speak.
Mary, Chiquitamillo, Vivian, Alaska.
Thank you. My name is Vivian Corthius. I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for the Association of Village Council Presidents. I've been in my position for 7 years. I've worked for our organization for 21 years. Every year we gather. We have 56 tribes in our region along the Yukon River, Kuskokwim River, and Bering Sea coast in western Alaska. We gather all of the tribes every year, and our tribes set our priorities. This is an annual event. There are several observations and several points that I want to share regarding our topic, our work session. First, I would like all of you to think about the lunch that we had. We just got through having an awesome, great lunch. It was very filling, and it's foods that we normally eat. And it was so nice. It was such good food. And that's the food we rely on, all of us, in our different parts of our homelands. In my region, the Yukon River and the Kuskokwim River are the borders on the north and the border on the south. We are an Arctic region. Even we are very, I think it was, I forgot who it was one time told me from Canada, you are southern Inuit. We're from the very southern part of the Arctic, what's considered the Arctic. When I was eating during lunch, I was trying to figure out a way to share what's going on in our region. Normally, in my job, I meet on a daily basis, either on Zoom or in person, and many, many times I assist our chairman in his discussions with federal government employees, leaders at the federal government and at the state government. We have many, many discussions about food, subsistence, and all the issues that are tied to it. Over the past several decades, we have seen a decline in our subsistence foods along our rivers, specifically salmon. In our region, we are a salmon people. Both rivers are separate rivers. The Kuskokwim River is about 400 or 500 miles long, and the Yukon River is about 1,100 miles long, beginning in the Arctic Canada. It goes through Alaska, and it goes out into the Bering Sea. My hometown is at the very mouth of the river. I grew up in the river and on the ocean. We eat salmon, whales, we go hunting, belugas, seals, all those things, those are the things we eat. What's happening in our region is that we are witnessing a salmon crash. It really is what I'm calling a salmon famine. It's famine. We have lots of traditional stories about how people survived famine in our history. And I want you to think about what you ate for lunch today. Normally, when I meet with dignitaries in the United States, in Congress, the White House, or, for example, with the governor or anyone that I talk with regarding what's happening in our region, I bring along a plastic bag. That plastic bag is empty. Normally, just like here, we've witnessed such great hospitality. We've been shared the great food in Greenland. If you were at home with us, we would do the same thing. We would feed you with everything that we could take out of our freezers, out of our smokehouses, out of our everything that we have caught. For the past 4 years, people in what we call the AYK region, the Arctic Yukon-Kuskokwim region, has experienced a salmon crash. There are more than 100,000 people in our part of the state, Western Alaska, who are directly impacted by this salmon crash. What I mean by that is, there are no fish, no salmon to put away. And the very small number of salmon that come up the rivers, we don't know if they're going to make it to Canada or the headwaters so that they can return next year and the next year and the next year and the next year. When I go to my meetings, I bring along this empty plastic bag in which we normally put away salmon in our freezers for the winter. And on it, I write Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta salmon crash. I have a bag in my purse at the hotel. I didn't have one here, so I took an empty cup. This is what we have, nothing. Really, it's true. And this is what we're used to. Processing our own salmon to feed our families in the winter. But it's not happening. It's a famine. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what we are experiencing today as we speak. We have like I said, our tribes meet on an annual basis. In the past year and a half, this crash has really impacted everything and everyone in our region, especially our region. One of the things that we are doing is our executive board of directors, the traditional chief, our vice chair, and our chairman are here. They have directed me to work on this priority and try to figure out to navigate how to best advocate for all the Yupik, Chupik, and Athabaskan people that are impacted by this crash that we are witnessing. Our people bear the brunt of conservation. We are the ones that take care of the fish, the land, but they are not returning. We go through this process where we participate in state and federal processes. We participated in what's called the Board of Fish meetings last winter. And there were the Board of Fish state a meeting was held in Anchorage, and they limited us to 3 minutes apiece for testimony. And there were over 3 days of testimony. That meeting was extended 3 days. More than half of those 400 or 500 people that testified spoke on behalf of the salmon. Not just the people, but the salmon themselves. And the Board of Fish has 7 votes on that committee, state committee. And we tried every which way to have them help us, and it didn't happen. This is just one chapter in the long subsistence story in Alaska. We are experiencing this now. ICC could help us by doing some of the things that I'm going to recommend. First, ICC needs to continue and expand food security work. Research is critical, indigenous knowledge is critical, and training is critical. The organization that I work with, 7 years ago, we started supporting what we call ANSEP, the Alaska Native Science and Engineering Program located at the University of Alaska, Anchorage. By supporting them, we mean that we've created a partnership with them where we've asked ANSEP to focus on helping us prepare our students to become scientists and engineers. They start in 6th grade. And I think they're going younger now, all the way through high school, junior high, high school, college, and the PhD programs. We are starting to see Yupik PhD students, Yupik master's students, lots and lots of Yupik students who are obtaining their degrees in science background. And we have created a whole pathway for many, many of our students in our villages to participate in ANSEP as career exploration. So not only is our organization trying to figure out the level of participation by our people, but we are also trying to figure out the level of participation to help us in the future with our students, the people that we want in those positions that we look to help with policy at the state level, at the tribal level, and at the federal level. We've created that pipeline. We haven't seen the fruits of our work yet, but we are starting to see them, as we just witnessed a couple weeks ago, one of our students graduating with their master's degree in biology. He works with birds in our region. The other thing that I was thinking about is that we need to continue participating with ICC in the Central Arctic Ocean. What that means to us, even if we are not by the Arctic Ocean, that ICC is facilitating leadership growth, not just in our region, but the regions that we are neighbors to. The Central Arctic Ocean is almost like the first people trying to cross the ice. They are testing how the federal government will react to Inuit requests and negotiating with Inuit some of the things that we can benefit from. So ICC needs to continue the Central Arctic Ocean Initiative. The other thing ICC could help us with is, in our region, we are participating, our tribes are participating in the Northern Bering Sea Resilience Area, and it's the tribal management of the Northern Bering Sea. We are working on that, and it's just beginning. So we are testing, again, the waters regarding how to work best with tribes, with the federal government. So how does all this relate to subsistence, the salmon crash, the work at the international level, the work within our countries, and the work that we see in your countries? We know, just like this empty, it's going to take years for our salmon to come back. We don't have anything. In the past several years, people have tried to donate salmon to us. The state of Alaska has purchased salmon and tried to send them to us. Individual fishermen have tried to donate salmon to us, and our people would prefer to cut the salmon themselves and put it away for their own freezers themselves. It doesn't feel like we're helping our families when we have, this situation where the fish has to come from another ocean so that we can feed our families in our village. It doesn't feel right. And they don't taste the way we like the taste to be. What we've experienced is those donations have been freezer burnt, or they've been spoiled. And we just feel like it's not appropriate. So in closing, a couple weeks ago, the First Lady in our country went to a meeting in Asia. She flew right over our community, Bethel. She landed and she had a meeting with our community at the gym. And there were local leaders that were invited to speak to her. And the topic that they wanted us to speak to her about was infrastructure. So we did that. We each gave about 3 minutes, 5 minutes of presentation. And because this is the #1 issue for our people, I started talking about salmon. And I showed her that empty bag. And I asked her to give it to the president, because that's the level of discussions that we really need, because some of you may know that the Yukon River is the 3rd largest river in the United States. Now, if there's no salmon in that river, what is that going to say to the rest of the country? On the East Coast, the Connecticut River has had no salmon for 200 years. That's unbelievable that we're in the state right now where salmon on the Yukon River has been absent for 3 or 4 years. That's mind-blowing. And those salmon feed our people, and every single one of those families on the Yukon River and the Kuskokwim River are experiencing hardship. So my message to the First Lady was, please take to the President the message that the federal government's Arctic strategy, the federal government has an Arctic strategy, and it touches every single one of the administrative government's departments, Department of Commerce, Department of Interior, all of them. And that strategy has a plan for the Arctic, international level. And I asked them to think about the salmon crash on the Yukon River and take that salmon crash and make it the test, have it be the test for the United States to figure out how they're going to help us deal with this salmon crash. That was my request to the federal government. I don't know how ICC can help us with that, but we definitely rely on the rest of the countries around this table to make sure that the message is that we are not going to move from our villages, we're not going to change our diet, we're not, we're here. We are here. And we're very, very aggressive trying to work with the federal government to the point where our board has authorized us, and we are in the middle of a lawsuit. So with that, I thank you for listening, and Brianna for the food. It's really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. I'd like to remind everybody that there are still a lot of speakers left and not a whole lot of time. If you can condense your speech as much as possible, we'd appreciate it so that everybody has a chance to speak. If not, we will not be able to have everybody speak. But there is an opportunity for you to provide written comments, much like every session. Now
we move on. The next speaker is George Edwardson.
Thank you. I'm 76 years old right now. Before I was 10, people from Point Hope would give us whales, berries. This was before I was 10. Point Lay would give us belugas. Wainwright would give us caribou, muktuk whales, and Barrow would give us fish. Ilulissat would give us fish. This is food donated to us by the villages for our family, for my family. That's why I'm right here, 76 years old, fed by the whole North Slope. Kaktovik, Anaktovik Pass would feed us sheep. This is the way I grew up. This was before there were the federal government, even Alaska wasn't even a state. This is what fed me when I was small. And I'm here talking to you, and we are still being fed the same way by our relatives from the villages. 84 out of every 100 is my family in the North Slope. And we used to get lots of walrus, but after we got rid of our dogs, the walrus kind of overpopulated and starting to disappear. The magnetic north and true north used to be less than 70 miles apart. Now that magnetic north is in Canada. And this is normal. The Arctic, for every 38 to 42,000 years, we lose all our ice, and we're losing it right now. The animals are pretty smart. The polar bears are mating with brown bears now. They know how to survive the heat. And the ones that have trouble are us humans who thinks they're disappearing. They're not. And the fish is still there. Ilulissat's fish used to be good. Kaktak, anaklik, but now that fish is starting to be loaded with PCB, transformer oil from the Navy's exploration, oil exploration. And I'm 76 right now, and my food is getting less and getting dirtier. And we do have to get it cleaned ourselves. Out of 19 dew-line sites, I got 11 of them cleaned up so far, down to the chemicals in the ground. And we have to sit down and start looking at each other. We have cleaning up to do on our land, and it's not all our dirt, it's also our government's. Right here in Canada and Greenland, every 50 miles apart, there's a dew-line site with 3 dumps in each, and chemicals in the water. Those we have to clean. I've cleaned some, had some cleaned up north, but not enough. So we have to take the polar bears' habits and start taking care of ourselves and our food. I'd like the Canadians over here talk about how they took care of their home, how they feed themselves. You can teach us stuff. and we'll get in touch with you for your teaching. We take our young kids out hunting. 8 villages, we're getting hunting equipment for the villages donated to the villages by Inuit community. And when they don't know how to fish, we teach them how. If they don't know how to use the hunting gear, we teach them so they can do it. At my home, in my porch, a lot of times they would be ducks, caribou, geese, fish. People would give my family. Most of the time, I never knew who they were. They just put it on our doorstep and then leave it at that. When I find out, I thank them. But most of the time, we don't find them. So we have to change our habits. We have to clean up our own home because we are messing it up the way we live today. Thank you.
Nakumaik George Tikitalmayok Herbert Nakimayak, Canada.
Hi, good evening, Adam. Thank you, everybody, for your comments and the stories and the issues in your regions. I think when we look at these questions here, I think we direct a lot of this to the national bodies. One victory that ICC has been successful in over the last maybe 15 years or so, some other members that are here could probably answer that, is the Central Atlantic Ocean fisheries negotiations, and that's where ICC has found success in working together. Sometimes when we work separately, that's when we kind of fall behind each other. And I just want to thank of our team from Alaska, Greenland, and Canada, our past members, past negotiators, and our staff who have really showed the rest of the world that Inuit knowledge systems are effective. And also, this is the first time that Inuit knowledge or Indigenous knowledge is on the same platform as scientific knowledge, and that's with the Central Arctic Ocean Working Group for Inuit. And thank the team for, as we move ahead, we're really developing capacity there, and we're happy to bring Greenland on as delegates to those negotiations. Moving ahead, now that we're on the same footing with science, the rest of the world are starting to see that our knowledge systems are used for making decisions in our regions, and we have been for a long time, and they've been effective. And I remember Aslak said earlier, we're the only ones killing the species that we rely on, and I think we can. The rest of the world could learn from Inuit, and we have good examples. We have 49 years of beluga data that we can rely on. And those beluga whales, they traverse the Central Arctic Ocean, and Alaska has, I think, 30-some years of, maybe 40 years of seal data, which also, because we're right there close to the Central Arctic Ocean, that we're able to ensure that, that our knowledge is being recorded and utilized for big decisions like that. Now, when it comes to the Central Arctic Ocean, I was traveling with Eliuk and Levi and some of the colleagues to Impact 5, where countries, big countries who are part of the agreement that the exact agreement that we're in. There's 10 countries, and some of them now are talking about deep sea mining up in the Central Arctic Ocean. So we're already facing, as we make one accomplishment, there's already another one thrown there at us, and that's going to affect the sediment, which deep sea mining, they go down 10 centimeters and they scrape the bottom, and that's going to affect the habitat for the fish and all the other species that we rely on. Many of those spend time out close to that area, and then also within our lakes and rivers, as Vivian mentioned. When it comes to monitoring the species that we rely on, we need to ensure that when researchers and scientists come up to our regions and want to do research, we need to make sure that they know that whatever research is going on in our regions needs to be relevant to us as Inuit, relevant to us as Indigenous peoples, and also work with us on the terms that we see fit, because we need to be able to monitor the species that we harvest. If we don't monitor them, we don't know what we're consuming, and that's where contaminants fall in. Mercury is a good example. So we need to think of all of those as we develop. And I think moving ahead, ICC can make some recommendations to, now that we're here as a group. I think we need to ensure that the national, like Adamy, our facilitator, is one of the ones that, for his region, that ensures, and also Nicole, who sits on ICC, myself, and Nikolai. We all need to connect to ensure that our priorities as Inuit are met, and also that it might help the national bodies and the delegation that operate ICC ensure that there's continuity from the grassroots, where you're actually governing, self-governing, co-managing, comes to the national level, the international level, and that's where we can probably help in some cases, because every time we develop a platform, it might be successful in one region where it may not in others. One size doesn't fit all. And looking at these questions, I think we've answered a lot. Heard a lot of concerns and a lot of crashes in some species. And there's one more to think about too. Just this past year, we met with Fisheries and Oceans Canada. Because the ice cap is melting, the polar ice cap is melting, even though all the seal populations are different, but the ring seal is common all over the Arctic, that species is going to be a species of interest, and possibly trying to move it, to uplist it, to eventually become endangered with the sea ice. So those very things are impacting our lifestyle. You look at in the middle of this room, there's all these seal hides here, and imagine if there were nothing there, what would replace it? Probably another carpet of some sort that might look like one that's made at Costco or somewhere. Though all of those things are kind of being put upon us, so we need to ensure that there's communications is so key. All this week I've been hearing communications from all the issues. It's not a lack of communications, but who do we talk to, and how do we stay connected? I think that's going to really help us. I won't take much time, Adamy, but I just want to thank everybody again for your input, and I think looking ahead, we need to ensure that when we meet, and now that we've met in person, there's continuity in the work that we do as a whole, because we're doing a lot in our regions ourselves, but we can lend help and lend capacity, because capacity as a whole, there's a lot of capacity here. We just need to learn to put those things together now that we see everybody face to face and make it work. So I just want to thank you all for that. Thank you, Adamy, for your good work, and appreciate that. Kunaini.
Ako may herb. Tikitaw mayo. Uncle Bob, Robert Greenlee.
Thank you, my nephew. Robert Greenlee. I'm from Cambridge Bay, Nunavut. Yesterday I had mentioned that we are stewards of the land and the waters. We did a video working group. It's a big group, and it proves that we can work with governments. We did one, and it's based on what we discussed yesterday: shipping, ice breaking, food security, like we're discussing now. All this is an 11-minute video on YouTube that we put out there. I was the chair for this Victoria Waterway Safety Committee. It has a hunter as part of the committee, an elder, the Inuit organizations. This video is called Building Partnership, a story from Cambridge Bay. And that is where I got that stewards of the land. He has passed on now, John McSagic. He taught us about that kind of stuff. So that would be a really good video for everybody to watch. And it proves that you can work and be the leads as Inuit people and stop the government to try and take control of it, or scientists coming in. You have the right to say no. and we did it a few times already. They want our support to come into our lands, our waters, and they want our support. We get them to write us a letter, and we see what they want. But we make changes to how we want it, not how they want it. And when they do their studies and then they write up their report, we make sure that Inuit knowledge is in there. And then, so they'll send us a draft of their report and we review it. And if it's not to our liking, we send it back and make sure they do the corrections. So, you know, it takes a lot of time to get that kind of stuff done, but we have done that. You know, food security is very hard. Like our caribou numbers have declined quite a bit, but it was never that big to begin with, that herd around Cambridge Bay. It may have been around 30,000 only. At one time in the 50s, there was no caribou around. Then all of a sudden there's caribou. And then when they came back in the 80s and 90s, that herd was there again. Now they changed their migration, and then they came back in the 2000s. Every 10-year cycle, they moved to a different part. That herd that we have, it migrates from Victoria Island to the mainland. It waits for the ice to freeze up. So that's why we have this safety committee, and it explains all that in there. So it would be very good for everybody to see. For food security, we get funding to the HTOs, the Hunters and Trappers Organization, to do community harvests. And when that happens, what they have in place is they harvest for the community, but they deliver to the elders first. Doesn't matter if it's caribou, fish, geese, it's all delivered to elders first. Then second is to single parents. And then after that, community members can come to the offices and pick up what they want. But that's one of the things we have done. So it's very difficult, especially when there's animals declining. But you know, we talk about trying to get stuff done. We haven't even talked about predation, and that's a big thing that does a lot to our wildlife. We have a lot of grizzly bears on our island now. We see them hunting seals in the spring. They've adapted. You know, we do some sport hunts in our area, so we're trying to get tags for sport hunts. And I was very persistent when we met with a wildlife management board with the government. And the government was telling us, no, there's no tags available. There's already some for certain communities. But I was very persistent, and I was asking questions, and then he brought out some numbers on how many were harvested in a year. And then it went on to where he was still saying no, and I was asking, why is there so high numbers of grizzly bears harvested? And when he finally said, because there's too many, and that's when we were able to get our tags to do some hunts, which creates jobs for our guides, which gives them money to help buy food or equipment. As we all know, equipment is very expensive. So we try to find ways in doing it, and you know, those are just some of the ways we have been doing it, and we are very lucky. We do have a lot of migratory birds. Our char stock level is unbelievable. We've been doing studies on char for 15 years with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. And Inuit knowledge and the elders would say that to these scientists, a spawning char will always go to the lake that it was born at. And the year it's not spawning, it'll go to the lake with the shortest river. So DFO asked us if they can get approval to insert some devices, very small devices, surgically in some of the char, and we had devices in the bottom of the ocean. And what the elders were saying was correct, and we had to prove it to the scientists, and those devices actually, those char did exactly what the elders were saying, and those devices in that char proved it to them. So, you know, when we can do that as local people or having the Inuit knowledge or traditional knowledge, and we prove it that way, they tend to listen more to us. So we have to be very firm and, you know, make them listen on this kind of stuff. It's our land, our water, and we have to protect it. I know we also need infrastructure development, and we as a group, we can always find that balance on doing that kind of stuff with the lands and the waters and development. So, you know, and that'll help with food security and homelessness and all this stuff that adds up. Mental health, all this kind of stuff that we're talking, it leads to that kind of issues. So I just wanted to mention that, and I hope you guys watch that video. It's 11-minute video on YouTube, and it explains on what we've done so far as a big group with different groups of people from around. It's with Transport Canada. Actually, there's a guy named Martin Robarts. He's from Alaska that he works with us on that kind of stuff, doing this Victoria Waterway Safety Committee. So, so it's a vast group of people that work on this thing. So it was a pilot project for 2 years. Now it was extended to 3, and now we got funding from the government to continue this type of work to protect our waters and shorelines and everything else that's involved with that. So I just want to say thank you for listening, and thank you.
Robert, make sure you put some popcorn in the microwave before you watch this movie. We have 5 speakers left. Please be as short as possible. We're falling a little bit behind, but we're going to let them speak, and then Sarah's going to do the closing remarks. So, Melva Williams, Canada.
Nakumik, I will be quick. Looking at the questions on the workshop questions, number 1, what is the status of food security hunted across in our region? Our latest statistics, it's a bit dated, but the latest information data we have was from 2014. We had severe food insecurity in our region. For instance, in the community of Nain, 68% of the households was insecure, food insecure. In Hopedale, 74% of households was insecure. Those are big numbers. That was like the data was dated, and hopefully we'll have more current data and be able to bring happier numbers the next time. In relation to threats, many of the things that I've heard around the table today is things that are threats in our region as well. In relation to climate change, the ocean is heating, the water are threatening others as our food that we eat and harvest in our waters as well. In relation to pollution in the ocean and everywhere, we are currently dealing with an issue in our region with an oil spill that had happened in one of our communities. We have a research department within the Nazi government, and they took it upon themselves to do some research to see what the effects was of the surrounding environment in that community. The information coming out of that is startling. In fact, we had done 2 communities, one as a base community and the community that was affected, and we're seeing information of other things in the environment that we weren't really aware that was there. So now we are looking at other things that we need to study and see what's actually happening in our environment. Other threats we can see as well that may affect everyone is the offshore fishing. That's an issue as well. I think we heard from Alaska in relation to the seal ban. That is an issue that affects people in our region. We know that we would hunt seal to eat, and then we could also sell our seal skins and have funds and monies for our people to do other things or to go out on the land and harvest more, and we can't do that now. But the other things that I would like to speak to, but it has already been spoken to, I will leave, so to leave time for others to speak. Nakume.
Thank you very much. Levi Barnabas, Canada.
Pinamig Levi Barnabas, kikatini karijak kut ngayok kangata tuglinga. Kauyamak yinokurasi.
I'm sure you all know by now. My name is Levi Barnabas, Vice President of Kikirtani Inuit Association. As you probably are aware, we have a conservation area of our marine area in Davis Strait, and we had to negotiate the agreement based on our rights under our land claims. However, there are still sections we still need to add to what we have negotiated so far concerning the marine areas of Arctic Bay, Pond Inlet, and Clyde River. They fall within that water area in the conservation area. And this has created our own monitors. The hunters and the monitors we created out of our organization, they help to keep an eye on anything happening in the waters, and they also act as hunting guides both ways. So this has become very handy for our people. And we created that out of our agreement. We also have other areas that we can encourage. Particularly, I want to talk about this.
Has been on building sustainable economy for Inuit to address healing and reconciliation in collaboration with the Government of Canada using a whole government approach. This requires addressing things like infrastructure gap in the Arctic so that there are buildings for training, education, research, and employment. And childcare is also taking place and addressing a long-standing inequalities between Inuit and non-Indigenous Canadians. We have focused on partnership that provides sustainable funding models which sources that support strategic planning. The 2017 established Inuit Crown partnership space between ITK and the government of Nunavut has been instrumental in securing distinctions-based Inuit funding. Other sources of infrastructure enabling funding have been through the Inuit Impact Benefit Agreement with both conservation area establishment and mining companies. QI's focus has been on creating diverse economy for Inuit in the Qikiqtani region.
I just wanted to reiterate that because the monitoring system we have set up is very good. It's been very helpful for us. However, there are still gaps where we can provide better amendments to fill in the gaps that are still outstanding. This started originally around the Arctic Bay marine areas, but we encourage to be the model that other people can set aside for creating conservation areas of marine waters. Thank you.
Nathan.
Thank you, Levi. Nathan Hadley.
It's very important with food security, and I enjoy listening to all your comments and learning from one another to, how we protect our traditional hunting. That's important. At this time, I'd like to ask all the ladies to please stand. All the ladies, please stand. Even in the on the bleachers, please stand. Ladies, the ladies, not the men. I want to recognize you and honor you that, you're a very big part of our food security, starting from conception, being grown in a womb. After birth, you took care of us. You feed us, nurture us, starting from birth. And, I honor that. Today we are in leadership. Today we're working on food security. We want to keep it strong for our generations that are not even here yet. So they will see that in the future. So please join me in. Yep. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Thank you for your wonderful work. That's all. Thank you.
Nathan. Johannes Lam, Canada.
Nakomek Atami.
Thank you, Adami. Johannes Lamp, Nunatsiavut government. I represent the Inuit of Labrador. Adami, I want to talk a little bit about our caribou situation. Long ago, in the 1980s, there was a lot of caribou at that time in the Labrador area and for the Labrador Inuit. The Inuit of Quebec were also included in the Labrador region. We had so much for everyone to access caribou at that time. The numbers would reach 800,000 caribou, so we knew they could reach potentially the number of 1 million caribou. But we didn't quite get that accurately. We didn't reach the 1 million mark. However, at that time, we wondered what happened. We wondered if there was some kind of negative impact on the herds. We didn't know. We had to discuss it and think about our decision making. We found out eventually that time when the population of the caribou herd declined, we found out it was due to mineral development in our area. And there was a different form of employment and exploration that was happening. So when these developments occurred very quickly, they had the best snowmobiles and they had the best guns and rifles and ammunition. within days. We traveled 300 kilometers, and we would have to come back with our hunt, with our catch. So this is what happened with our caribou herds. Even the skins, the pelts, were not very good anymore. But we still managed to salvage what we could. They became very skinny caribou, very little fat. And in fact, the ones that have calves were not consistent from their traditional behaviors anymore. And we studied this because it's good to study and learn what the impact is. But in 2013, by the year, we still didn't have that many caribou to this day. Our caribou population has never reached those levels again since. Some of our children and our grandchildren have never seen caribou. Some of them, many of them, don't know very much about caribou hunting, and they don't have the skills. No one has been taught, or even how to aim and shoot properly in a safe way. They don't know these skills. They don't know when to pull the trigger on the target anymore. And this has had a huge impact on our food security. However, whatever you hunt, our habit and our culture was we relied on caribou for subsistence and for koak, which is frozen caribou, and for cooked caribou, which is called uyok. And for those of you who have caribou in your lands, take good care. Be aware of the trends in your caribou numbers, because suddenly they can change and the taste changes too to us. This is what happened in our area. Whether they will come back is something we keep expecting and hope for. Whether they will ever come back to the numbers that existed in the 80s, we don't know. This winter, there's lots of ice everywhere. And there's pollution, smoking all over our country of Canada because of wildfires. And this impacts our wildlife too, very negatively. And for me to go hunting, it was something I thoroughly enjoyed. But I want to say this, Inuit lives and their well-being is very important. In those days, my life became impacted, and it was hugely changed around the 2000s. In 2020, I learned that I had cancer. When I was informed I had cancer of the bladder and the colon, I had surgery, and all of those body parts of mine had to be moved out of my body, operated. I have to carry a special unit on my body to be able to do bodily functions, and I have been able to adjust to the handicap, but still, I don't want to travel as much as I have always wanted to before, whether it be by air or by hunting or by going fishing. I used to thoroughly enjoy being out on the land with the children and look for animals, wildlife, and fish. So we have to take care of ours. We are creating toxins in our own worlds everywhere, and these will make our wildlife die off. We rely on these animals for food and subsistence. They in turn need clean grazing areas, but the toxins we produce are causing huge declinations in their numbers. And so we have to remember everything is impacted from the sea mammals to the birds. All of these are in danger presently. And the toxins and the pollutions and the potential oil spills by the oil carriers and the cargo ships have to be observed, monitored in order to protect our wildlife and our people. As a result, we have to be concerned about these, and that's why I'm bringing it out. I really wanted to be able to say so. Thank you for the opportunity. Very powerful, Joe. You are a good guide for all of us here. Continue. Do what you have to do to help us. We need people like you, people whose words are powerful, and you are one of them, and you are very successful. And may Godspeed with us and with you in particular. Lastly, Emma Leonard. Sarah wants to speak soon, so the very last one will finish with Nicole talking. For now, Emma. Thank you.
Okay, now, can you hear me now? Yeah, good. It is shocking what I'm hearing, and and it is so important that we, if we are to ensure that our children are inheriting the skills and traditional knowledge of hunting and land use, it is so important that we are aware of on how we are protecting the Arctic. And the documents and declarations also have to reflect these circumstances we're living under. It is so important what we do of action right now. Right now, what we're doing, it has to take outcome in the Inuit knowledge, because we are the ones that are living in the environment. We are the ones that are knowing of the climate change. We are the ones on how the climate change is affecting us. The migration of the birds and the migration of the animals, we know that. We know the animals and the weather and the human being, they are interconnected with each other. Right now, I know if we don't do anything right now, the work will be even heavier in the future, and it is going to affect us only. And right now, even hunting on sea ice is being dangerous. Hunters that are falling through the ice, we don't have to wait until this happens. And we can't let the people, we can't walk with the children on thin ice. And we're seeing the game changing. We cannot just watch that. And there are new species that are coming here and just being in awe and thinking all these things that are changing. Our thrive for food security and our fight for greater food security, we cannot just keep on working really hard on that. We can't just watch the animals pass by our villages and not being able to teach our children how to hunt. And I think the children are our future, and we are the ones to form the future, and the future is in our hands. We are standing here with huge responsibility, and this responsibility has a great effect on our cultural life. Therefore, I think we have to stand united and to secure the Inuit culture, way of life, and the Arctic, the globe, and to maintain a good livelihood. Thank you. Thank you.
First of all, thank you again so much for this dialogue. I keep thinking that it was so good that we decided to structure this delegates meeting, a delegates meeting that we've never done before, and a thing we've never done before in these kinds of very thorough dialogue sessions. I think it has been so important to get all of the input from you on these very important issues that we work with on an everyday basis, those of us who work full-time for ICC. I was very happy that you brought up, Nathan, reproductive rights, because that's actually what you were talking about. That when we carry a baby in our wombs, that space is healthy. We are in a situation where not all of the women in our societies can that because of other things that have been done to our peoples. So everything is connected. And I think that the many times we've heard around the table of the toxins, pollutants, the microplastic, PCB and whatnot that's ending up in our food. Those are also the things that are affecting our reproductive health. Again, demonstrating under how much pressure we are living as peoples. And again, demonstrating why it is that we travel to the other side of the world several times a year to participate in various negotiations on behalf of Inuit. So for me, hearing all of the things that you've said at this very session, it has really confirmed the necessity of continuing our work on the international level. And why is that? Well, that is because decisions are taken about us without us. Decisions are taken about us without us around the world when these negotiations are done. And if we are not there, our voice is not heard. So we have to continue, and we have to find ways to continue strengthening each of our offices, each of our budgets, so we can bring more delegates, we can bring more experts from our own communities to these negotiations. Because we are up against massively powerful organizations, massively powerful ways of thinking about what science is and what the truth is, as Aslak was talking about. So we need to find out how to bring the knowledge, the indigenous knowledge our people have, to the places where negotiations are taking place. Not only just figuring out how to get there, but also to reach an understanding and have a common understanding with other people around us that that knowledge is as valuable as any other knowledge. And that's the difficult part. So I hope that we have also reached a more common understanding of what Inuit Circumpolar Council is doing, because we are doing a lot. We are pushing also these years, nobody mentioned, we should have maybe mentioned ourselves from the Executive Council, the ethical and equitable engagement protocols that our delegates mandated us to develop in 2018. We finalized in 2022, and today are actively promoting to be used in any engagement with the Arctic and Inuit Nunat. This also actually connects to Arctic Council, which was not touched upon very much. But I again want to remind how important it is that we continue to influence and influence greater what goes on in the Arctic Council. Because exactly there, under each of the working groups, numbers and numbers of projects are conducted. And if we are not the ones who are there to formulate what research questions should be asked or how the research projects should be designed other people will do so. The rest of the world is not holding back in engaging in research in the Arctic. So this is also, again, a capacity issue, that we actually have the people, the money, the time to go to these activities and participate. I also want to say one thing that is very, very important for me to say, and that is we have to be careful in how we talk about our own foods. I have been reminded by some of our very, very incredible staff of this several times. And I also brought it to some of the times that we were invited to address the negotiation on an international plastics treaty. And that is, we must be careful not to sound as if our own food has become dangerous. We know the health consequences if we only eat food imported from outside. We see it on the numbers, on health issues, diabetes and other things. So that's another thing I think we have to be much more aware of in the work we do nationally, locally, but also internationally. That we are not spoken of in a deficit approach as if we are the problem or our food is the problem. That's not the case. Having said that, I also want to say that we carry with us a huge responsibility in our own communities to prevent further pollution and to make sure that we ourselves also implement policies to mitigate and lessen the pollution and footprints that we leave in our own homelands. And this also goes on the questions of how to manage quota, how to manage different things. I also remember south of here as a child that we were allowed to go and collect the eggs of the certain seabird that is there in that area. Today, it is not allowed, and I cannot pass that knowledge on to my children. But we also have to ask ourselves what we would do if we did go and collect them and they did die out. No matter who has caused the initial decline of a species, we have to step carefully to not be the ones that push that species over the edge. So how do we balance that? And I think that is an issue that we share around Inuit Nunat, and I hope that is also something that we will speak more about next time we meet. Finally, on the Arctic strategies that somebody also mentioned, I think it was Vivian, it struck me that, yes, our states and governments, we are actually waiting for a new Arctic strategy from the Greenland government, but looking at the states, the different states' Arctic strategies, they are often formulated as their power demonstration. Do they contain a demonstration of their commitment to us? Their commitment to the peoples who live there in the Arctic that they want to strategize about. And this is where we also have some work to do to making sure that our concerns and our interests are included in the strategies that our states and governments are putting out there. Very final thing, I know we are late. The other pushback we have to continue is the pushback that is so difficult to balance towards the environmental NGOs. Not always just a pushback. We know the history of working with and against and with again and sometimes against again. For example, organizations such as Greenpeace or others who initially strongly opposed our seal hunts. So that's another balance that we have to find if we want to strategize in working with them on some issues while they also work against us on other issues. How do we find a good balance? But thinking about our closed session discussion yesterday, this makes it even clearer why we are something different than the conventional NGOs, because we represent peoples. So thank you again for this very, very important and vivid although we speak slowly, I think listening to us, it sounds like we're speaking slowly. For me, it was a very living debate, and I'm so happy that we have had time to go through this particular debate at our delegates meeting. Rønner.
That's why she's chair of ICC. Very eloquent. Nukausigilugu Nicole Wojciechowski. Sorry for butchering. Kingulipang siyok tatchama tukimo.
She will be the last speaker of what I have just facilitated. Thank you.
Nakumi. I heard today similar examples happening across Inuit Ninat. One was the poor population estimates of polar bear without Inuit knowledge. One example from where I work at the North Slope Borough Department of Wildlife Management is that we put Billy Adams, a great hunter with deep knowledge, in the helicopter with the federal researchers, and he told them where the polar bear are, and now they are learning from him. At the Department of Wildlife Management, we also work with Manny, and we've heard about that Inuvialuit polar bear and beluga whale agreement and the commissioners, and they are providing and demonstrating themselves that bridging our knowledge can inform management, and it can happen. So as we tulak from this ride, and at the end of the discussions on hunting and food security, I am filled with a sense of gratitude. I thank the hunters, the gatherers, the fishers, the fishermen, the preparers, and their knowledge that they have shared today. The insights shared and the collective wisdom that has emerged reminds us of the profound importance of preserving and strengthening the traditional practices that sustain our communities despite the expenses and regulations. As we move forward from this gathering, let us carry with us the momentum and spirit of collaboration that has been fostered here today. In closing, I extend my gratitude to all the participants, organizers, contributors who have made this event possible. And again, in closing, I would like to turn it over to our elder, Edward Adams, so that we close this session strong in spirit. Koinak.
They want you to go to the middle. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
First of all, I'm going to pray in my own language.
each one, that's their own. I respect them. I'm going to pray first, talking, and then I'm going to pray in my own Yupik way by singing. Honui kuno, it wasn't always the entertainment. When we're going to go sing, we used to say, let's go make prayer. Agai uliya kasta. When he was agnism, some yonu, ikayokas kluta, oyalukosu, akwas paksakta, umuwasumtnik. Tali suani, tuna kampni, slachta kwani, ayak dasu, tafknata, tunum tit yaklu. Ugutamani asat kwani, nunat, aslangwata, ayoksuki, samyonun, kaigatanka. The first song I'm going to sing it was composed by my wife. The second will be my own. When I sing, my wife makes motions. Like the motions speak. And if you don't even understand the words, if you know the sign language, you will understand what we are singing.
Qoyanak Edward, qoyanak uyuquyuquyussuaq.
Thank you so much, Edward. According to our program, we have an open discussion, but now the time shows that we'll be having a break in about a minute time from now. So I will be asking a little differently. In this workshop, the topics we have had in the topics, is there something that we have not touched upon? Is there anyone that would like to say a word about something that we have not touched upon? So, if so, I will be giving you a time limit of 2 minutes to each person that would like to say something of a topic that we haven't touched upon. We'll be, depending how many are raising their hands, we'll be using approximately 10-15 minutes. And you will be seeing a little timer that shows 2 minutes. I think that we, within the 2 days, have had a lot of opportunity to talk, and unfortunately, we've lost 1 day. But therefore, it's understandable that our days are a little longer yesterday and today. But this is an open dialogue, and some of the delegates have wished and asked for a short, maybe a shortened open discussion. So those of you that would like to raise your hands, and within these 2 days, is there, or within the topics that we have talked about, is there a certain topic that we haven't touched upon? And you have 2 minutes. Bettina, you will be listening to the technician. Make sure that it's 2 minutes time. I haven't seen who raised their hands first, but I saw Peter raise. So here you are, Peter. Be the first one.
Thank you, Sarah. The idea that I came up with, I have these, if you see what I have in my hands, as Inuit, our ancestors used whatever they could, whether it be plant or animal parts. They used them for medication. This I purchased outside, and it is said to be good for people with skin problems. I'm just using this as an example. This is salt with different plants in it. Has it been discussed previously on how Inuit, for example, here in Greenland, have traditionally used these medicines? In Nunavik, we have these traditional medicines. I think we're at a point where it could be beneficial for our fellow Inuit who experience health problems. For specific health problems, I would want to see research done on what type of treatments were used for what types of ailments. So I give that to you. And as well, for the future, for our future, we would be able to be better prepared for future discussions. This is what I had wanted to comment on. Inuit-made products, Greenland products, Alaska products, Chukuka products, or whether they're Canadian products. I would like this idea to be noted so that we may have discussions on this in the future, on the benefits of traditional medicine. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Pita. Nakomi Pita.
Thank you, Peter. Absolutely. This is something that we would like to discuss in the future. I'm going to be touched upon something absolutely different. I just would like to use this opportunity because it's something that we talked about yesterday, you know, talking of being strong and work in a united spirit. Of course, we will do so. But one thing that I have in my heart that I'd like to share with you, since childhood, we've always been told, every time that they were asking us to do something, facing a challenge, we have always been told, be strong. Be strong. And sometimes it's being used maybe to keep us from talking of the taboo topics. Maybe because we've experienced something dramatic, and they're just asking us to be strong, and that's covering stuff that need to be discussed and trying to be strong all the time. When we are facing something of great challenges as we do now, individually as a nation, the word be strong, I think it's about time that we start to discuss this term differently. Being strong or trying to be strong. Or resilience is also a word that is of great importance that we have inherited from our ancestors. Let's have space for our emotions too. And also we have habits in problem solving. And just because we've been working so hard to survive in these Arctic harsh regions, we have just always trying to be strong. We are fighting these every day. And but there are also people that don't have the strength to be strong. So let us, while we are fighting these challenges, and I'm sure that there's someone in here among us, maybe some relative have committed suicide recently. So while we are fighting this fight, just saying, be strong, just be strong, just that phrase, still while you're fighting, let's be careful about it. I have it in my heart. I just want to share that with you. Since childhood, that they have taught us just to be strong and not talk about our emotions. There's nothing wrong talking about your emotions, also your traumas. And there are a lot that needs to be answered, a lot to be mentioned, a lot to be spoken. And I think once we reach there, we'll be stronger. And also ancestors were also not very good talking about our emotions. But I wanted to share that with you. It is so true that these are the things that are important. That's why I think it is so important that we have an open discussion. And that's why it was a wish from the delegates that we have an open discussion. I think we should give an opportunity to everyone that have raised their hands. So therefore, I think it's so important. From now on, there will be only 1 minute to each because there are many hands raised. Thank you, Aviaya, for what you shared of great importance. And I think it's so important also for ICC to hear that. Roy, Ashton, and Berta.
Youth from Alaska, they asked me to share this with you. On behalf of the 6 youth that are here from Alaska, we would like to extend our sincerest and most humble thanks to the Inuit Circumpolar Council and its delegation. We understand that our attendance has been one of great opportunity, and we are thankful to be here with you all. Our students have studied the history of ICC, United Nations, different entities to help us understand the importance of Inuit leadership and its role in both circumpolar and global affairs. We hope to continue our involvement in the future with a seat at the table, taking information we learned from the last 2 days. We encourage not only the ICC to take action on future leaders, but youth from other countries to represent themselves and find their voice in the forums like these. And for these forums, we will be welcoming them to the ICC was to us. We look forward to tomorrow's Arctic Peoples Conference and expanding our knowledge for our collective future. Again, thank you for the opportunity and welcoming us to Ilulissat this year. Koyana.
Koyana.
The young people, the youth, have been really, really working hard to ensure that they were present here today, and they have contacted us so many times. I'm so happy that they're here today. And I can hear, according to your speech, they are ready to represent us at the United Nations. Wonderful. The next is Ulayuk Epasuk. And then we will not be noticing, and you are not allowed to raise your hands anymore because we have so many. Olayo?
I will bring the microphone closer. I just want to say quickly, we need to continue meeting with the governments and to continue working with them, Natan Obed and the other leaders at ITK, and also when we are working on ICPC files. I just want to say that the information provided at ICC don't just go nowhere. They are used every day by our boards, our committees, in all of our files when we have to lobby the governments, whether it be the minister or the prime minister himself. I speak on behalf of our fellow Canadians that this information is duly and fully used, and we would like to continue working well with you. We are fellow Inuit. We are all the same Inuit. And because we occupy a space in the world, and we must take the lead in our region, although we cannot bring back all of our traditions that have been lost. However, if we want to build a better future, we need to be involved and working with each other. Thank you. Thank you, Ulayo.
Okay, now I can see. Yes, let me be very brief. I must say that when we're talking of environment, I see that how we're dealing with the garbage here, the garbage handling in our society is a big problem. We see that they're just lying there on the ground and from one place to the other. And very often the garbage is just flying around out in the ocean or out in the air. And I think it's so important that we also use the ICC forum to highlight the problem of how we handle the garbage in our homelands. And if we are not only to talk about pollution, we have to prevent pollution. And how we deal with garbage in our communities, we have to just simply make it better. And if we are to ensure that our food and food security is in a good way, we have to look how we handle our stuff. Thank you. It looks as if Nicolette has already practiced now to use his 1 minute. Williams.
We're aware that this was conference was going ahead. I was pretty impressed that we were going to speak out infrastructure, as that is one of the files under my department. I noticed that you have given out an infrastructure priorities survey. Just a question of when do you need responses submitted by?
I have been informed that some of the delegates are going to write it down, already here present, but others have also mentioned that they will be doing their form finish and bring it to the office within the coming weeks. We will send out a clear message from our head office. I agree with you that it is very, very important that all the forms are filled by all of you, and I would like to recommend that you all come with your responses. George Worth, here you are.
Going back to Peter's comment concerning animals, we do different ways of hunting. For example, kelp, Arctic char, caribou, the food that we eat, and also we use them for medicine purposes. But in Kalasi, Nunangani, Alaska Mute, if you, as Canadians, if we can find out how can you use the caribou as a whole. Like, for example, you can use the hoof as candles. Maybe you have information about how to use or how to cook caribou, for example. Maybe we could share that among each other. So I mandate the Executive Council to see what ways, how you can prepare a wildlife such as caribou.
Thank you so much. I'll be very brief. I just wanted to mention something that the people from our state of Alaska The Yupik people have a term, Yuyaruk, the way of the human being, and my father has been talking about how much he admires that, and what he has emphasized in our language course is that we need to be practicing our traditional activities and teaching them and our subsistence activities in our languages in order to be whole people. He also believes that teaching our languages to our young people will help to improve their emotional and mental well-being, to improve their self-esteem. And he's particularly, and I am too, very concerned about our rates of suicide and our drug and alcohol abuse. We would like to see drug and alcohol treatment include holistic programming that does also include traditional activities and also language. Thank you.
Thank you of saying something very important. Jonas Lack, there you are.
Nakumek Sarah. Ukala utuntungali tema ka.
As a young person, I used to listen to the radio from Greenland. As Labrador Mute, it was good to listen. It was always good to listen to the radio from Greenland, to hear other Inuit who have different dialects back then. Because we thought we were the only Inuit in Labrador back then. But then it was good to hear other Inuit on the radio. But it's good to see people from all over the Arctic, Inuit from all over the Arctic, and to support each other in the issues that we are facing today. For example, language, animals, and others that are Inuit issues. So I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity, for inviting us as representing Labrador. Thank you.
Crawford Bakudak.
Just a reminder, as I was thinking about the Arctic marine governance and hunting and food security, how tied they are together. The other issues that really weren't brought up, it was mentioned, I think, by Nathan yesterday, the open border that we're faced with in the United States, the southern open border, which has allowed a lot of hard drugs to go into the country, into Alaska, which are killing our people. I think that's one of them. The other is just a reminder. Oliver Levitt used to remind us as we started getting into development, they had the debate of the day. Are we going to raise the strong, resilient, hardworking people that we were, that we are, or are we going to be raising a generation with a handout mentality depending on government? And so it's a reminder for all of us how our responsibilities to our next generation. And I want to thank all the translators. To all the translators, and we wouldn't be able to understand each other without them. So,
Ilumut, patashwak nyaksit. Kinguslokpa, tasavo amma.
The last thing is the ICC Greenland delegates is from the dog sledging organization Mikkel. Thank you. human rights in Arctic and where we can live is something we need to talk about. So I myself, I live in a country that I didn't choose to live in. A grown adult must have the opportunity to choose his own country. It can be something from regulated by the government, but yeah. Because of the villages closing, big, this opportunity is hard. And so I have this recommendation for the chair that they have to be protect these rights more, but there's been so much work. Sarah has also done a lot of work when she was in the government and tried to achieve this goal. Thank you. Thank you, Mikkel. The very last one, but now we have accepted Vivian's request to speak. Vivian, here.
Time, maybe during your comments or at the appropriate time, could we remember everyone we have lost during COVID? Thank you.
Qoyanak Vivian. Yeah? Masumik, o kalokatsiin no puttamangan.
The open debate is closed now. We should have a little break now, but we only have half an hour. That's why I will suggest that we should say the final words later. And that's why we go to the next issue. It's
Imapok ICC atatsimel suarang.
That is renaming the declaration from last year. That means that regardless where we are having the General Assembly, regarding the host country's name, it has an importance to the declaration, and we call it the town where the declaration is being signed in. And last year, we had a meeting which was not face to face. So therefore, our declaration was called the ICC 2022 declaration. So of course now we are meeting with each other face to face, even though last year meeting was virtual. And based on the decision made, based on the declaration from last year, we are meeting here today. And that's why the delegation meeting is taking place, based on the declaration from last year. And here we have a declaration from Ilulissat. So I think that it is important that it should be written as a Ilulissat Declaration 2022. So I hereby the declaration of 2022 mandate that we have made until 2026 term, that declaration should be called now ICC's 2022 Ilulissat Declaration. So in this way, we will be having a declaration according to a tradition that it is named after the town where the meeting has been. So we will have a declaration as mentioned. Thank you. Now, before we come to the conclusion, we have another tradition that is very important that we will follow, and that is every time us fellow Inuit, we give each other gifts. We share gifts with each other. And I know that some of the delegates have prepared something. And Alaskans, I'd like to welcome the Alaskans first to present their presents.
One of the things on behalf of the Alaska delegation, I would like to express our appreciation to the city or the community or village of Ilulissat. Thank you so much for your wonderful hospitality. As I stated earlier, it's been expressed from the time we arrived, and I know each one experienced the same thing before Nicole, Nathan, and I arrived. You made us all feel so very welcome. No matter where we went throughout your community, even though we didn't know each other, we'd nod and say hello, greetings to one another. That was our way of expressing our appreciation. So this evening, before we adjourn, we'd like to express our appreciation with some small gifts. And if we can ask the mayor, Paley, to come up, and his team. We have the mayor, if he can, is he present? Okay. To please come up, and Ricky, Nick, Bent, Marcus, Rigmore, and Linda. If you're here, please come up, and so we can share some small gifts expressing our appreciation and saying Klianak from all the Alaska delegates that are present with us for this delegates meeting. Thank you so much for your wonderful hospitality.
Bintigo amma.
Thank you.
We have a few more gifts. We would like to thank our chair, the Greenland ICC office staff, who led the overall preparations for this meeting. Kuluk Gleiberth, Anna Mette Anderson, Karen Igide, Bettina Bertelsen, and Linda Leiberth Christensen. Koinakbuk.
Let's give them a round of applause. They did all the hard work.
Thank you so much for last commute. And now the Canada delegation. Do you also wish to give gifts? Yeah, it's our turn. Yeah, we have gifts from Greenland. First of all, it's to the mayor. I will be asking him to come down here again. Thank you so much. Last year, when we were here, the delegates meeting from Greenland, we had a meeting here. You gave us such a welcoming these days, and Remo and your staff were so good to us last year when we had a virtual meeting. And the municipality for the fantastic work. You have been so easy to work with. And we have been in good spirit, even though we sometimes are quite far away from each other among two offices. And there have been quite a few talks in between us. And every time we have been seeing obstacles or challenges, we always found a way. And we have had a wonderful spirit together. I know you have been waiting for 5 years for this event to take place. But even though the time was expanded with 1 year, but thank you so much for organizing this. It's not a very big gift. Thank you. The municipal council that are all behind in this unanimously, and the mandate they have given me to ensure that this is to be here. Please, the city council, please stand up so they can see who the city council is. And also for that this has been a success. I would like to say appreciate our staff that are sitting over there, 3 of them, our civil servants, but also the coordinators, and most of all the volunteers. Please stand. And the elders organization are here. I would like to especially mention Magi, Uashukut, and Magisinir. They are helping out in the kitchen. They are cooks. Please stand, the elders. They were the ones that ensured that we had something to eat. And you, all the attendants here, that you came here that you have chosen Ilulissat as a location for the conference. We, the inhabitants here, are so happy. We find it so interesting to meet you all. It is just as fun for us as it is for you. Thank you for smiling to us. Thank you for showing your good faces. It matters a lot. It means a lot for us that you all came to us. And thank you so much also for the cultural events that unite us all. Thank you so much. We have had so much fun. And we absolutely have been strengthened. And it has given us a lot of energy and strength. I don't think the Canadians can hear me. Can you hear me? Okay. And then I can also announce that Dini Games, the Arctic Games, in the future are going to take place in Ilulissat in 2 years from now. Or I hope that you will have delegates from there, sports delegates from your regions. Please encourage the young people to come and join the festive games here that will take place every 2 years continuously, and they will take place in Nuuk. It will take place in Ilulissat. And as a municipality, we find it so important that we exchange knowledge, exchange sportsly events, and exchange anything that is of great importance to our people, inhabitants, to enhance our lifestyle. From heartfelt, thank you so much for all of you that are traveling out from here later. Have a safe trip. I'm not going to say goodbye. I'm going to say see you soon. Until then, I look already forward seeing you. And tomorrow, there are other meetings starting tomorrow. And we are ready to take our turn tomorrow and help further on with you. Thank you so much. Goeienacht. Pali, thank you so much. I have made a long list from the head office that we would like to share gifts to. Looks as if Canadians are ready. I will ask them to be the first. From Canada?
Thank you for your support for travel to here. We did a lot of a long time to prepare. We thank those who supported this travel plans. It's good. We're glad to be part of the discussions representing our Canadian population. Yes, there was a lot of challenges. We want to thank Mayor Bell, Jensen Ricky, Marcus E. Olson. We want to give them a gift. Inuit Circumpolar. Mayor Palais.
So when Marcus at some point come into this building, please let him know that there's a gift here for him. RCC Greenland and the head office, and we also would like to give a gift to people from Kommune, from the council here, as the mentioned names. And Linda is here on behalf of the volunteers, and she is the coordinator to the volunteers. Please come up here. The mentioned names. Please give them a hand. They are also being the coordinators for the work between the municipality and the organizations, and Nick Nielsen also has been working really hard in this matter, so we'll be giving them a little token. Thank you so much. We have always wished that all the staff, we would like to give a little token to the staff of Alaska. Hopefully, we have Kelly Inungoyok, Christina Fields, Ilse and Power, Katie Correll, Mary Henry, Fanny, Angdaburg, Eileen, Benjamin. Please come up. Thank you so much for your work. And thank you so much for helping out and joining the delegates meeting. Thank you so much to the ICC staff. Go back, give them a hand. And from the ICC offices, there's quite a bit of a staff from Canada. The names, please come up here.
See, Stephen Hendry.
Please come up here. It is a big office. That's a big staff from Canada. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you to all of you. And finally, from our little head office, the staff that we have now that are fully employed are 3 staff members. And besides that, we have students that have been helping out. First of all, Animichi Andersen. Animichi started March 2nd at ICC. And she has been in charge of almost everything here. And she has been lifting a huge piece of work. Please come up here. And lately, she has had an assistant that is Karen Erie, and she has been very busy with within the last period of time. And also, finally, Bettina. She's here. Bettina Bertelsen. We were having a meeting at New York in April. And she looked very good as an assistant. And when we came back from New York in our office, we asked her, would you like to work as a student helper at our office, especially for preparing the ICC Ilulissat? And then in March, a new employee we have is Victoria Bushman. She is in charge of environment and climate change. She's here together with her son, and she's bringing her little son to the office. And now, within the months now that she has been with us, and at last, recently, and also previously, she has also been working within the ICC, Linda Lübert Christiansen. I wonder if she's here. And also, at last, I'd like to mention, by April 1st, our executive director, Kuluk Lübert, please stand. We have started to be a team recently, and we lifted this work. Thank you so much for all of you, for your work. Please give them a hand. Maybe some of them are so tired, either we're just laughing all the time or we're crying. Because when the week is over, we will just be laughing or crying, either or. But we still have 2 days. We still have 2 days of agenda. So busy times are not over yet. But the ICC delegates is about to finish and end to all the people, the good staff from different have been given, and there are still 2 persons in our list that haven't, Elizabeth Ford and Rosemary, Lisa Mullins. They still are to come to us. If you're not coming up here now, well, there's a gift for you here. There she is. Where's Papazzi? I wonder if Papazzi's here. There she is. I didn't hug Rosemary. Hopefully, we haven't missed anyone. Sometimes things go a little fast and we lack a little bit of energy, but in generally, I see that our offices is big and large, and that's why we finish our work, because we work together. With these words, now I hereby mention and about to close the delegates' meeting. Thank you so much for this 2 days that were supposed to be 3 days, for this wonderful dialogue, and for the good debate that has been ranging very broad, and also, like it's wished, that we didn't have the chance of meeting each other face to face last year, and the reason was the pandemic. And because of the COVID pandemic was really hitting and striking the Inuit lands, and it has cost lives in Inuit lands. And a lot of people of Inuit have been ill, and it certainly has also given very, very dangerous times for many of our fellow Inuit. And in memory of them, and especially for those that we have lost, let us give them a moment of silence. Please stand. Thank you. For those of you that have lost, please pass on our condolences. Tomorrow morning and the day after tomorrow, I can see they haven't had the same challenges what regards transportation. They are already here. And they are welcoming also the councils from others outside, and that the Sami people, Aleuts, Athabascans, that some of them are already here. And Arctic peoples, within the 50 years, we had the first meeting 50 years ago. We are going to celebrate the time, and also we'll be talking together about our mutual future, and we look so much forward. And on behalf of ICC, that we are facilitating the Arctic Peoples Conference, and that we could organize the ICC offices for this Arctic conference, Arctic Peoples Conference. And we are so pleased and thank you that you have received this invitation, and this is going to take place tomorrow. Now, when I'm mentioning it as my concluding words, I just would like to remind you one more time why we're here. I will be talking English now.
Many things will be said in the next couple of I'm very sure of that. And I think that the things that we've been able to discuss in the last 2 days here at the Inuit Circumpolar Council Delegates meeting are the very foundation and the very reasons why we also have to look beyond Inuit Nunat, beyond what we can do in our own jurisdictions, within our own organization, within our own self-government, home rule, other kinds of governmental institutions that we have, and see what we can do together with the rest of the world. This is already what we are doing on the many, many, many topics that we have had on the table over the last couple of days. And we have once again demonstrated the importance of being united as Inuit in this organization, that we don't have any similar any organizations that is like. We have discussed what makes us unique as an Indigenous peoples organization. We have discussed the issues that are most close to our everyday life. And there's so many other issues that we could have continued discussing, as it was also mentioned, on our health and well-being, on our children, on women, and all other kinds of issues. And that is why we continue to meet every 4th year. Now it's only 3 years away, next time we meet. And we look forward for ICC Canada to host us in, I think I will let ICC Canada say where, but in Canada, in Inuit Nunat in Canada. This organization that we have built over the past 46 years is, as we discussed, difficult to put in a box. Because looking at the world internationally, it's often us as Indigenous peoples that are not represented in the same way as the states are represented. And therefore, I really, really look forward to the work ahead, to continue strengthening our own foundation as an organization that works internationally for all Inuit. And we will do what we can with all the minutes and power we have at hand as working people in Inuit Circumpolar Council, in the Executive Council, and among our staff to fulfill the promises of the declaration from last year, with the many, many, many tools and wisdom that you gave us around the table here at our delegates meeting. When preparing the delegates meeting, I was often thinking if we would be starting a new tradition of having delegates meetings. Because I think that this time we have actually been able to go in depth in ways that we don't often see at our General Assemblies. I will leave that up to future leadership. But I will also just be very happy that in our term, we have had a delegates meeting and we have had our in-depth discussions on some of the most important topics. So I can't tell you how much I look forward to our General Assembly in 3 years, to feel the unity among us, to be able to look each other in the eye, talk about the difficult things and the many, many good things and all the things that we have achieved, what we want to do better, and what we want to do more of. So I thank you all from the bottom of my heart for coming here, for joining us. And before we end, I also want to take a moment to remember our fellow Inuit in Chukotka and the difficult times that they are going through and that we are going through as an organization. We who are here in this room, we are free to speak and do what we want. It is unfortunately not like that every place in the world, and we have to maintain our unity with our fellow Inuit in Chukotka and do what we can to provide this international platform for all Inuit. So I was very, very happy that we were able to include some of our Chukotkan members online in the morning sessions of today and yesterday. And I thank you all also for your understanding and support for our organization as a united Inuit organization spanning across 4 very, very, very different nation states and jurisdictions. So with this, I want to close this delegates meeting. Many things have been said. It's late, we are hungry, and we have more work to do in the days to come as a united organization representing Inuits together with other peoples. See you in the next coming days. 3 years when we have our General Assembly in.
Can Aluki announce where it will be next?
Yes, in Aluki.
Koyen na make iksivauta tunga su tatamanga Ilulissat no.
Thank you for inviting us in a very friendly way to your country. We look forward to inviting you to our country in 2026. Thank you. Inakaloy.
Okay, Koyanak, imapas.
Inakaloy Nunavut is our next meeting. Thank you so much. That concludes our meeting in Kalatlit.
Yes, sir.